Welcome, everyone.
This is the Speed Chess Championship.
Finals going down here with Carlsen and Nakamura. The bullet portion comes to an end. Hikaru Nakamura is mathematically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen.
It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor.
Hikaru will be winning his third in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Speed Chess Championship. Today is the day of the second semifinal. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and it is a pleasure to be bringing you the semifinal with my good friend, International Master David Pruce. David, good afternoon to you. Are you excited for Hikaru versus Ding?
Absolutely, Daniel. I was really excited to get the call for this show here. I was like, wait, I'm going to get to watch Hikaru play Blitz? Okay. Yes. Wait, didn't you have somebody else you could have called for this? Somebody more deserving? But yeah, I'll take it.
Well, I think you're plenty deserving. And speaking of Hikaru, both Hikaru and Ding have gone a very difficult path to make it to these semifinals. Hikaru had a difficult first round matchup against Svidler. Then he beat Anish Giri. And of course, Ding Liren scored, some could say, an upset against Levon Aronian. So it's obviously going to be a very, very tall order for Ding Liren today. David, Hikaru needs no introduction. Over the years and decades, he's built a name for himself as, one could say, the undisputed king of online blitz chess. And he's going to try to maintain that today.
Yeah. And as chess.com's lead commentator now, congratulations, Danya.
Thank you.
I imagine that you've seen quite a few Hikaru matches, but you haven't seen him lose yet.
I don't believe I have. And yesterday he won yet another tournament, the Arena Kings, and it wasn't even close. So he's confident as ever, and they will be playing for quite some prizes. $6,000 in the semifinals to the winner, and 6,000 more divided by win percentage. So there's a lot on the line. But for Hikaru, I think it's safe to say he's looking for that finals trophy. He's looking to win the Speed Chess Championship for the 4th out of 5 times. We're going to see if Ding Liren has it in himself to score an upset and stop him. We're going to go on our traditional short break as the players get set up. When we come back, the Speed Chess Championship second semifinal will kick in. But before we do, we want to remind you where this all comes from. Who is our main sponsor? It is, of course, Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in Bitcoin. Not 5 Bitcoin, unfortunately, but $5 in Bitcoin, which is still good when you sign up and verify your purchase.
Yeah, I'd misread that before, but still.
Well, we hope a lot of people misread it, but definitely sign up, and thank you to Coinbase. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the match.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid and one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
I have been loving chess.com's new insights feature. I've spent way too much time there, and you should go procrastinate there as well. Make sure to check out chess.com/insights. And let's look at some of the players' insights that I picked out for today. Liren, David, perhaps this will come as a paradox to some. He's obviously got less games overall, but he has a higher accuracy. I think he can take some solace in that. But Hikaru, those time scrambles and those long games, he's got 72%. He's got quite the edge over Ding. And Hikaru wins significantly more games when games are in the smooth category, which, if you think about it, is also not very surprising given how stable and consistent Hikaru is and how good he is in these boring equal positions at creating chances.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up thinking of, he was younger than me, but as I was getting into the chess world and Hikaru too, I always thought that one of his strongest assets was just sort of like brilliant calculation, extremely fast board vision and stuff like that. So it's like, it's really telling that he's become such an endgame monster, right? That like, if the game's going long, he's grinding it out again and again.
Yeah, and I think that's, a lot of people think of Hikaru as a purely technical player, but I say it every commentary, he is an incredible positional player, and he's almost rebranded himself. And of course, he still sees tactics, no question about that. But he's a very, very strong technical player, and of course, endgames as well. Let's have a look at the Smarter Chess match predictions. David, I've been having a long-standing commentators feud with Smarter Chess. I feel necessary to I don't know. There's something about it. I always feel the need to disagree. I don't know why. You're a chess player.
You're competitive. And you want to be more good at something, more right about something than every other person.
I want to be smarter about it.
You've also got your title of prophet at stake, right? So you want to find your moment to be like, well, he's Smarter Chess and I'm prophet chess. So
this is the one time though that I might have to say the forbidden word, agree with the Smarter Chess predictions, which is calling for it to be close after the 5+1. And Smarter Chess really thinks that Hikaru will start pulling away in the 3+1. And I think I wouldn't necessarily call that unlikely. I think probably the 5+1 is Ding's biggest chance, David, to really get ahead, because that's what he's going to have to do. You can't have an equal match going into the bullet with Hikaru. You just can't.
Right. It's really hard for me also to imagine how someone beats Hikaru in one of these matches, since it's been years since he's lost one. I think the last time he lost an SCC match was probably before you were streaming.
I think that's right about when the Treaty of Appomattox was signed.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fall of the Ottoman Empire happened a couple days before Hikaru lost his last match.
And the thing is, like, even if somebody has like a decent chance in 5-1, even if they like, let's say, beat him in 5-1 by 1 point, it's not going to be enough to hurt his confidence. It's like, yes, that's the start you need to get off to, but it's also not enough. Like,
right, that's the start. That's the mandatory start. But then there's 8 more time controls you have to beat him in. And that, like I said, that Abinus Fiddler was leading by 1 point. And what Hikaru's so good at, and I say this often, he senses when he's not in the greatest form. And because he knows so many different openings, he can steer the game into, let's say, more solid waters, or he can, he starts playing more solidly, taking less risks. He adjusts so well based on his given form.
Right.
As we see the game kick off here with Hikaru playing white in a symmetrical Grunfeld.
And when we originally designed the idea of this Speed Chess Championship, part of the point of having like a longer, more epic 3-hour match was that it was supposed to reward people who can adapt over the course of the match. That was part of the idea. Was not just to see who's like the better blitz player, but like if you're stuck in a room with someone for 3 hours and you can slowly figure out what's going your way, what isn't going your way, which of their openings you've got the best chance again, that you could somehow adapt and come out on top gradually.
Right. Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how the first few games are going to go. In his previous match against Anish, the first couple of games ended in a draw. Hikaru was playing very conservatively in the opening. And then toward the end of the 5-minute portion, it seemed like he gained some confidence. He got warmed up, and that's when he started pulling away. And I think something similar is happening here. Hikaru playing a very sort of non-theoretical, solid, symmetrical Grunfeld.
Yeah.
Ding has this pawn on a4, which could be either a blessing or a curse. I mean, at some point, Hikaru could start hunting for it with bishop b5.
Yeah, I would definitely be inclined to suspect it of being a problem, that pawn on a4. I don't see that many black pieces on the queen side to support the space that the pawn is grabbing. There's sort of more minor pieces on the king side. Then, as you point out, bishop b5 could create problems pretty quickly at some point here. So
I guess on the other hand, blacks get control of these two squares. So knight takes d2, queen takes d2, knight a5 comes to mind, aiming for b3. But this isn't a very serious threat. White could just take the bishop and then move the queen, and here you go. I mean, all these pawns start getting really loose.
Yeah. And I was even liking the idea of playing knight b5, queen b4 for white there, just sort of a bunch of pieces into the weak squares on the b file. Yeah, what do you think, by the way, of Hikaru's like schedule? Like, I was just thinking about it before the match started. I saw him playing Title Tuesday on Tuesday, Arena Kings on Wednesday, Speed Chess Championships on Thursday. Do you think that there's ever any kind of fatigue factor for Hikaru as far as like trying to bring out his best performance day after day at this kind of like, fast time control against other world-class opposition?
Yeah, I mean, one would think it is a factor, but then you actually see Hikaru's track record when he's got these very busy segments, and sometimes he'll even have, an actual rapid tournament, like part of the Magnus Tour, for example, and he'll simultaneously play Title Tuesday and win it. And then he'll do an 8-hour stream the day after the tournament ends, where he's playing blitz all the time. So it's almost like he's impervious to it.
Yeah. Overall, you feel like it seems like it should be a factor, but not really for now.
I'm sure it is. No matter how much of a superhuman you think you are prone to fatigue, even if subconsciously, as we see Hikaru declining a repetition. They had repeated moves once with this knight h4, knight f3. But I think it's extremely minimal for him, and he's so experienced. He just knows how to power through it.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see.
I feel like right now he's kind of feeling Ding out with this first game, with like the repetition and all. It's like, how fast are you going to repeat or not repeat? Like, just sort of start gut checking the opponent so that you can make whatever adjustments you want to make over the course of the match.
Right. And Hikaru decided to play bishop d3, Ding taking the knight rather than the bishop, and I think that is out of concern for the a4 pawn. He just didn't want that knight on c3 either jumping to b5 or attacking the pawn. But I would say Hikaru is probably marginally better thanks to the weakness of the a pawn. And Ding, 2.5 minutes against Hikaru, it's so easy. You drop anywhere below 1 minute, you're basically busted. Ooh, allowing g4.
Interesting.
We're playing
Hikaru
f4,
goes for something completely else. He's looking for queen f3.
Yeah, Ding has to be very, very careful about that bishop on h3. I mean, g4 is definitely a threat now.
Yeah.
Maybe g4, bishop f6, but okay. I mean, it's scary.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing about playing f4 here is if black wanted to play h5 to secure the bishop, then you're weakening g6 horribly, and f4 is really well poised for white to go after that square.
Correct. So
with
Ding
F5
going
themselves.
E6. And I guess the whole point is G4 is going to be met with bishop F6, and the knight can't drop back to F3 because you lose the pawn. So
yeah, I wanted to play like queen F3, bishop H4, G5, and trap both bishops inside my G pawn, but black will pull the one out on H3 right away.
That's really funny. Yeah, let me just show that. Yeah, something like this kind of situation where you've got them both trapped at the, you can't trap one without letting the other one go.
It's like the tall thing where you can only take one piece at a time, right? It's like too bad your G pawn can only hold one of them in at a time.
Exactly. So E6 by Ding, Hikaru contemplating his next course of action. Yeah, queen F3 is definitely still possible. G4 is still possible. Maybe you can move the knight back to F3. Yeah, of course, Ding has kind of nepoed his bishop, but it cannot be easily trapped at the moment. And Hikaru now down at 2 minutes himself.
Yeah.
Not easy to make a decision
about this
here.
One.
Very deep think. I don't see like a appealing move off the top of my head. There's G4.
Plays G4. I guess Ding's long-term plan was to bring the bishop back to F5 and let the knight trade it and hope his pawn structure could keep the D3 bishop at bay. Even that I would have thought would be like a bit of an edge for white.
Wait, D4. What a move.
What's this?
Well, takes. I think I see his idea. He wants to trade. I only stopped here. I said black doesn't have anything, but he has them with queen F2.
Sort of
all of a sudden,
snapping the knight on H4.
And wait a second, here white's in huge trouble. Knight F3, obviously, you get mated. So what Hikaru has to do, I think, is bishop takes D4 and then go after the other bishop after all. I think you might have to go for this position. Takes queen F3. Then Ding's going to start taking a million pawns.
That's really messy. That's really messy because there's nothing nice about white's position there other than that you have the extra piece, but everything else is kind of trashy.
And I was thinking this morning before the match, what does Ding have to do to give himself a realistic chance? I know I'm sitting here, sipping on a drink, criticizing 2800s, but I think his tactical vision, particularly his sense of these 1 or 2 move tactics, has to be essentially flawless. In his previous matches, he was leaving some points on the table in positions where Amon and I felt like, a player of his caliber should have seen the decisive blow. I think he has to turn that up a little bit. If he does, his positional play, his openings are nothing, they're unimpeachable. And Hikaru down to 30 seconds, looking pretty annoyed here.
It's really hard to figure this out, Danya. I've been trying here myself.
Yeah, bishop G6. Oh, counter strike. And obviously now he wants to take the knight. He's got 3 attackers on it.
Well, that was the blitz chess equivalent of a critical moment. Hikaru spent like over a minute on that move, and he's down to 20 seconds. He's going to play the rest of the game in bullet mode.
But I was worried about knight b3 here. That hits the rook, and now your bishop is hanging.
Right.
And with 30 seconds, figuring your way out of that mess, even for Hikaru, is going to be really difficult. Oh, but there is an idea here that involves sacking on f7 and then taking on g7 and trying to get a rook to c7.
Right.
And if knight takes c1, you can move the bishop back and
hit the
an intermezzo and go for compensation against black's king.
Right. I mean, you can also let the knight get out and go queen f3 to h3 so that you collect the other piece but head towards the king already.
I think black had to do that. The Evo bar hated that move. How do you defend against queen f3?
At the moment, he's hoping that maybe bishop d4 check will be messy, but
I think king h1 after that might be what Ding overlooked.
Yeah. Which I looked at with his original sack, and it didn't change anything. In the original sack, black could still trade on c3 and play queen f2, but here doesn't look like
black has to give up. Black has to give up the bishop. And what makes this even worse is that white threatens knight takes g6 here. Black's king is going to be in huge trouble in that position as well. I think Ding just didn't figure his way out of these complications.
Yeah. White would also be threatening rook a6 in that position. So
no, but now queen h3, knight, even knight f3 here. Queen g3.
Yeah.
Now queen f2. That was a weird move by Hikaru.
Oh yeah, you don't want the endgame when you're up the knight against the pawns. You don't want the endgame generally,
especially with such a weak king. But Ding deciding whether he wants to trade, he does. Now rook c4. Oh, you can't play f5. You can play d4.
Just trading a pawn, or
You could try that. I think Hikaru prevented precisely that. King f6, g5 check, and the e5 square is going to be a weakness. Hard to evaluate. Rook e1, rook a1 makes sense. That was a bad move. Things should have gone for e1 and a1.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hikaru is going to win this.
Probably. That's what the Smarter Chess prediction said.
Rook e3. He's now starting to hunt for black pawns. He's managed to consolidate here. His knight is perfectly positioned. And he keeps, look at what he does. He keeps his pass pawn. Ding's just going to flag here. It's 1.5 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to flag.
Wow. Can't even get the moves out.
The problem is that if Ding, if he loses in most of these tactically sharp positions, you're just busted, right?
Yeah.
You don't have a shot. You have to find a way to outcalculate Hikaru, to punish Hikaru when he gets down to 20, 25 seconds. And we could just see how smooth he is, even with no time in his clock in a complex position.
That game could explain a little bit the sort of semi-contradiction in the insight where it was saying that Liren is more accurate, but has the lower winning score in the long games. I mean, you can play perfectly accurately and lose on the clock, right? You've made maybe 0 mistakes even.
Until the very end when you make the blunder that actually matters.
Right.
As Tarikawa said, the player who wins is the one who makes the next to last mistake.
Yeah. But those accuracies also, they won't assess you a mistake for losing on time.
Right,
They
exactly.
Say, like,
even
it was
though
better to play knight f3 than to flag.
Right. That's funny. And that's true. And Hikaru here playing a very, one could say, fashionable line of the Catalan where black plays this very weird sequence. A4 bishop b7 looks terrible, right? You're giving up b5 and c4, but black goes a6. And the idea, this is a pawn sacrifice, which Ding does not accept.
Wow.
But you can't take on c4 because you lose the rook.
Sure, I won't do that.
You can take on a6, but then the knight travels to b4 and the queen on c4 ends up being very vulnerable. So that's basically the idea. Ding plays knight c3. Yeah, it is. And Hikaru totally liquidates the queen side. This just equalizes for black.
Right. Then it just looks like that Queen's Gambit accepted variation where black plays knight d7 to b6 and has the double isolated c-pawns.
Right. And I think Hikaru seems very knowledgeable in this line. He's still at 450.
He looks very confident. Like, time to offer a draw. I've equalized.
Right.
Classical chess here.
Yeah, the only thing the black has to be careful about is, knight takes d5 at the right moment. You're not necessarily afraid of that move, but you could end up losing the c4 pawn if you're not careful.
Right. In some case, after knight d5, if you take with the e pawn, white could play b3.
Right. So Hikaru deciding whether to play rook c8 or maybe knight c6, just develop the knight. Although that's an example of a position where white could probably take on d5. And if you take with a knight, you drop the
Queen
pawn.
c4, c6 is hanging still. And here, b3. Yeah.
Okay. So Hikaru is not shy about taking big things here early in the match.
Yeah. And he was checking his mental database there, looking up at the sky. He always used to do that in classical tournaments too.
And now he's looking at the floor.
Yeah. I guess he didn't find the move in his database. So he checked if it had fallen on the floor.
So he ends up going knight c6. I think Ding has to take the bishop. This is probably, by the way, e4 does not trap the bishop due to knight b4, opening up space for the bishop to move back. Yep.
Thank you. I think everyone was actually wondering about that.
I actually think black has knight b4 in this position though. And then maybe knight e4. Black gets a lot of activity and it hasn't even lost the pawn yet.
Hasn't lost the pawn yet. And in fact, the pawn is like being escorted by the knights all the way to c2. So
right. Potentially even to c1.
Yeah.
And Hikaru plays it. Ding is thinking. I mean, white could also play queen f5, queen d2, queen b2. I mean, there's a lot of different squares. Probably queen d2 walks into knight e4.
Yeah, then you have to play queen d4.
Right. Even
certainly not going to be an advantage.
Right. Queen d2, knight e4. Unclear where exactly you should put the queen here. You can definitely not play queen c3 because then knight e2 is a fork.
Yeah. Well, Hikaru's definitely not giving me any bullet vibes today. He's giving me like classical chess vibes so far in this Blitz match. I mean, he seems really like
100%.
aiming for super high quality, really focused, willing to think hard, use mainline openings.
I think he's done a great job in his sort of mental scouting report because, as we described in the insights, Ding does have a very high overall accuracy, and probably he is one of the most precise, accurate classical players in, among the top players, which is saying a lot.
Yeah.
Nepo might be on the other end of the spectrum where his overall accuracy might be quite low in comparison, but obviously he's extremely creative, and when he makes good moves, they're really, really good. So Hikaru could have said to himself, okay, I'm not taking any undue risks in the opening. I'm going to play these long games. And given how precise Ding is and how good he is technically, my top priority should be to equalize. He doesn't mind a few draws here and there.
Right.
And he actually might be making one here.
And maybe he's curious how Ding uses his time if he plays some long drawn out games. It's not like he's offering a draw or anything like that, right? He's just playing like for something more equal and solid, and then see how Ding responds to that.
And by the way, I feel the need to clarify what I said is not meant to be a knock on Nepo. I think Nepo himself Nepo has said this before, that he can tend to be sloppy, of course, comparatively to other top players,
right?
But he's more full of creative ideas. It's all it's all a spectrum. It's all you're better here, you're a little bit worse there. Everybody's good everywhere.
My excuse for really low accuracy play when I was playing was that I was purposely creating more complicated positions where both myself and my opponent would be making more mistakes. And obviously Nepo's like in 7 different levels, but there may be an element of that he also gets more mistakes out of his opponents with the difficulty level of what he does.
And a draw. We saw Hikaru knight a2, knight b4 repetition. He probably could have continued, but like I said, he doesn't necessarily feel like he has the need to take crazy risks with black, and we see them repeating the line from game 1.
Okay.
It's going to be one of those matches, I think.
So both players satisfied with this, and I think that there was no action in the first game that would tell you like, oh my gosh, I have to jump ship for my opening.
Right.
It was definitely not decided by the opening, so I could see both players like going back to the same thing, rather than them really feeling that one player or the other got the advantage in the opening choice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember what Ding played here. I think it was bishop f5, but don't quote me on that. And rook e1 is aimed at preparing bishop f1. Again, as we discussed, White's main plan here is ultimately to surround this a4 pawn. And White's also got a lot of these helpful improving moves like rook c1, maybe knight e5 at some point. So
yeah,
hard to.
Why wasn't Black able to play a3 at any point? Is that like, was there never a moment to do that?
Oh, here's the funny line.
Right after bishop d2.
If White plays knight b1 here, saying, "Oh, I have a discovery against the queen," but Black plays a takes b2 and makes a new queen, and then White can try to trap it, but fails due to queen takes a2. What a line! That only
Bishop would have been so proud if it captured 2 queens in 2 moves.
Right. I think the reason is b takes a3, believe it or not, because if Black takes it, there's this very unpleasant knight jump to b5. Maybe this is possible, but it seems a little bit iffy. The knight gets to c7.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, bishop f5 has been played. Bishop f1, queen a7, and h3.
Yeah, I guess Black just doesn't yet have the development at that point to take advantage of the c file. But the idea of a4, a3 would be to sort of undermine the knight on c3 and then have some play on the c file. Anyway, they're in a stodgy position like last time. This time, Black's thrown in the move h5 to reduce White's possible pushes there, but it weakens g6 a lot. If White can put the king on g2 to defend the kingside pawns and then bring the bishop to d3 later and pressure g6, there's something to work with.
I just don't love having these positions against Hikaru. Like I said before the match started, positions that are objectively equal, but where there's a lot going on under the surface. Not only is Hikaru incredibly fast, but he just knows how to create practical problems and how to make them essentially unsolvable in the context of a blitz game. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of that here in the first 2 games where he's White.
Yeah. And
Yeah, black's queen is not great either.
And we're seeing it on the clock right now. I mean, I try to look at these things not through the lens of like, I expect Hikaru is going to win the match, so everything he's doing is the right thing.
Right.
but as to the point that you're making about making it sort of practically impossible for the opponent, I mean, look at that time lead that he has there of like 2 minutes, like straight out of the opening. You know, he flirts with the repetition.
And there it is again. And now declines it with bishop g2. And again, Ding has to decide which of the minor pieces he's taking. I was a little surprised that he took the knight on c3 last time. I was more leaning toward this idea that I mentioned, but knight takes c2, knight a5.
Yeah. Maybe he'll try the other flavor this game.
And one of the components of this practical play is forcing your opponent to constantly make decisions. Now, you never know which decisions are truly important, so you don't know how long to spend on them. And you know, that is even a thing, decision fatigue. It kind of drives you crazy when you have to constantly decide, well, do I trade this piece with that piece? You know, do I push this pawn or that pawn? Hikaru always puts you in these positions.
Yeah. Here, by the way, folks, knight a4 just runs into rook takes knight. So that's not a pawn that Ding is hanging. Sorry, knight takes a4,
you're saying. Oh, a4, right. No, rook takes knight, and then the bishop on d2 hangs.
Yeah.
Although, you could take on e4 afterward, but d takes c4, queen a4, bishop e3. Could be an idea.
Forcing rook takes c6.
Right, another sacrifice, and then queen a, and bishop a5 would be insane. Look at this position. Rook a8. I love these sequences where you have like a million desperados in a row.
Oh yeah. The most fun.
And that's a funny line. In any case, Hikaru's turn now. To think he plays the solid rook c2 defending the b2 pawn. He is relinquishing some of the pressure on a4, but this is his top priority.
Yeah, a safe move and leave the pressure on. Knight e4 is going to basically be off the table because of bishop b3 for black for a while. So he's going to have to figure out how to, pose his next question to Ding, right? Make the next like annoying threat. I wonder if queen b1 might be a move coming for white at some point.
Ding just made a nice move. I think the idea is he's trying to kick the knight away and then play bishop f5 and create more problems against the rook.
Yeah, that's annoying. Good spot. And Hikaru just agreed. He just went like, yeah, that is annoying.
Yeah, he has that slightly concerned look.
Multiple annoyance.
And the eval bar slowly creeping up in black's favor. Maybe even it's time to consider something concrete like e5 in some position.
Although I don't blast open that bishop pair.
Well, the downside of that is that, of course, you'll get the IQP structure or the d4 square that white can occupy and blockade. So rook ac8 could be, no, then you hang a4. Ugh, that's annoying. That's why it's annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying. And maybe queen b3 could be like a little creeping move.
Little zinger.
Because
now I think knight takes g5. I don't like that move.
Yeah.
I feel like Hikaru can sack the exchange, and then in the end, he can take the d5 pawn. Even with the bishop. And guess what? That pawn on g6 you mentioned a while ago, that could end up being hanging with a queen on c2, simply attacking it.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Okay, he gives the exchange. And now which way to take? I mean, bishop d5 e6 defends it, but then there's bishop takes e6 with queen g6 coming.
Great point. Bishop takes d5, e6, bishop takes c6, and then queen takes g6.
When there's this unopposed light squared bishop, I always want to try and like block it off with my pawns. Like I want to play e6, but no. So maybe it would have to be king g7. The other thing I like to do is put my king not on the color square of my opponent's.
Yeah, and then maybe Hikaru can just drop his bishop down to a2 because bishops are just as effective, even more effective when they're out of the way and operating at a distance. And man, I like white's center. I like white's knight. Can jump out to e4 at some point. And I like Hikaru's time advantage. This is a very concerning position for Ding.
Yeah. All right, king g7. That's what I would have done. And bishop a2. That's what you would have done. So.
Yeah. And now the pawn on a4 is hanging. I'm not sure Ding needs to. I would say the top priority for black is somehow bring his pieces into the game. Maybe go e6 at some point to blunt the bishop. Ding is down to a minute on the clock, though.
Yeah.
This is going to be tough.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to get at white's king. There's no pieces around the white king right now.
Yep, and he listens to you.
All
But
right.
is it dangerous after G4?
I don't know if it's dangerous or not. It's just the direction I was looking.
Yeah, that's the direction Black needs to try to play. And unfortunately, Black also doesn't have too many pieces on the king side.
Yeah. The idea I was trying to make work out was some version of like rook c8, e5. Then White's generally going to play d5 to try and keep our knight out, and then setting up knight d4, because we need to somehow transfer a piece to the king side here.
Well, Ding had a minute. He's taken 30 seconds.
Could
And
also bring the queen to d7 and play f5.
Yeah, interesting idea. I mean, of course, f5 immediately can't really make happen. He does play e6. On knight e4, Hikaru could also take on a4 and get his knight to c5.
Yeah.
Which I think he's going to do.
Yeah. Dropping that pawn for nothing is not fun.
Yeah, now White has a material advantage, and now b4, bishop b2 is another idea, and create collinear bishops that both are aimed at Black's king. Ugh. This is nasty. There it is.
Yeah, it's long-term a lot of pressure, but
I feel like
also
all of the thousands of games I played against Hikaru made me a little better at guessing his moves, but it does not help when I'm playing him. Now, I would say you could move the queen to pave the way for knight e4. Mm-hmm. You don't want to go d5 prematurely, because then you allow bishop f6 and you get into trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, and in general, with that pawn on g4, I feel like White's happy to keep the center closed for the moment and squeeze until Black runs out of ideas. I think the idea of maneuvering the knight to c5 could be really nice. Use your pawn majority on the queen side. So bishop b3 to cover the c2 square at some point, queen on e2, expand on the queen side.
And 14.7 seconds is not an amount you ever want to have in the middle game against Hikaru, or ever.
Yeah, or in the end
even
game,
when you're
yeah.
Even if you're up a queen and you have 10 seconds, you're basically busted. He'll find a way to complicate it.
Yeah. I don't even like to have 14 seconds
Queen
on my
F3.
clock when I'm facing Skyhawk 59 over here. I mean, I just don't like 14 seconds.
Right. Not a reassuring amount. Queen f3 and knight e4 looks like an interesting reshuffling.
Yeah. Okay, covering the c2 square with the rook. That was
Queen f4,
unexpected.
I don't really see why Hikaru's not moving his queen. And I mean, it seems like a very natural concept, and he does move his queen to d3. And that's why I suggested queen f3, because then Ding wouldn't have been able to move his king back.
Yeah.
Of course, this is still really good. I mean, look at White's position, but not quite as convincing as I thought it would be.
Well, basically, Black needs to be able to play b6 now. What? Offers the queen trade?
Ooh.
That was a surprise.
And Ding declines it, instead centralizing his knight. But Hikaru's time advantage has dwindled considerably. He's got 25 seconds himself. He's not making too much progress on either side of the board, and Ding can play b6, chase the knight away, and he'll have the c file.
Yeah.
B6, queen b5, hitting the rook.
Nice move. Ding with some very nice moves here.
And some nice play in time pressure. He's moving fast, and so far moving accurately, but down to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Hikaru could consider the move g5 at some point to lock up that king side.
Yeah.
E2, queen d7.
So fast.
Look at the eval bar just performing
yo-yoing around,
gyrating and performing some gymnastics there.
Ding is just saying Hikaru's doing nothing. I'm going to play my moves as fast as possible for the moment.
I would be shocked if Hikaru repeats moves here. I would be absolutely shocked. I think he's going to try to go f4 or something very risky.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's reshuffling, getting his knight to f3. Just don't go e4, because then knight f4 is a fork. g5. He's just going to pick up the h pawn.
And
oh,
Ding
you know
is
what?
still just shuffling, huh?
Black could try knight takes b4 here. Okay, I think maybe knight takes b4 existed. Not anymore. And h4, rook h1, h5.
He's never going to trade any of his bishops.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions. I mean, he's just going to steamroll you.
Pawn. Ow.
GF and e7, queen takes g6, it's over.
Wow.
Bishop c1 is a nice move too.
Oh yeah, bishop c1 would be nice.
There it is.
There it is.
A little late, but better late than never. Ooh. Apparently that was a mistake, but Queen F7. Oh,
Who knows?
Wait,
Queen
that's
F7.
wrong. Oh my God, it's gonna get mated on H3.
There's mate on
Hikaru's
1 winning queens.
Oh my goodness, he missed mate on
got 1
H3.
second
Hikaru's gonna
left.
lose. He's gonna flag. What? Oh my goodness, what
unbelievable.
a huge howler by Hikaru, forgetting about the H3 pawn. Oh,
so the
my
winning move may have been King
God.
H2 there.
The winning move may have been King H2. I mean, that's so easy to forget about. And if I may just really, really quickly recap what just happened there. This is a completely winning position. I mean, but yeah, with 3 seconds, understanding that this H pawn is significant. Look at Ding parking his queen on H8.
Yeah.
What presence of mind, and Hikaru going Queen F7. Looks like it ends the game because you're going to make a new queen. You're going to be up a million pieces. But no, Queen takes H3 is simply checkmate.
The last piece.
Hey, in these time scrambles, this happens. Like this just
and Black's first threat of the game, more or less. I mean,
right, like exactly. Black's first threat of the game was the one that won him the game. It's like when you have a wire-to-wire basketball game, and the buzzer beater is the shot that gives the team the first lead. Like that happens.
Yeah, they've been behind by like at least 1 point for
the entire game.
7 minutes. Yeah.
Hikaru is not going to tilt. I think if anybody has watched Hikaru for more than one match, you will know that he might display on his face, a lot of disappointment. He might be the most emotional player, but that may have something to it. By displaying emotions on the outside, he releases them, and I've never seen him tilt like I have other players, where he'll just give games away. He'll never give games away.
Okay, so Ding just switched openings slightly. I think he switched from 3 knight F3 to 3 knight C3, allowing a Nimzo instead of going for a Catalan. And one thing which our viewers may or may not know about Ding Liren is that at this point, he's one of a dwindling number of players who only plays 1 D4 versus D4 and E4. And I remember that, like, it's not that long ago, let's say 15 years ago, there were only a few players who played D4 and E4. Even at the top, most players were either E4 players or D4 players. And now most of them are switch hitters. At the time, it was like a big deal to be a switch hitter. Now it's kind of a big deal that Ding never plays E4.
Right. I mean, I guess, yeah, it is. Even people who have been traditionally only E4 players, even you can take Nepo, he started playing C4. Sergei Karyakin, is one of the E4 role models at the top. Even he has sort of branched out. He started some D4 games. And the reason is because the necessity to escape your opponent's preparation has far outweighed the sort of appeal of playing something that that you've played for many years. It's just much more important to get your opponent into fresh territory.
Yeah. One of the bigger changes in top level chess in the last 10 to 15 years, pretty rapid. But as far as I know, Ding Liren always plays 1 D4.
Yeah.
So,
no, he does. He does.
You expect him to stick to it 100% in this match?
I think unless there's a trolling phase in the bullet where you see some bomb clouds, H4, H5s, I think there's a high probability he sticks to what he knows best. And we have a Nimzo Indian here. This is a very old school line. This structure with this pawn triangle and then black has pawns on C5 and E5. This creates a lot of tension in the center. Neither side wants to be the one to flinch first in the center.
Basically, White really wants to get rid of that C3 pawn. That C3 pawn is the bane of the bishop's existence on B2 and the bane of White's existence. So if White ever does something proactive in the center, they'll be leaving the C3 pawn on C3. If Black ever makes trades, they're trading off the C3 pawn. Like, it looks like you're taking on D4, but really you're getting rid of the C3 pawn. So yeah, they're kind of stuck there for now.
Yeah, they are. And now the knight moved away from F3, the temptation to capture on D4 has increased, and probably Hikaru is calculating that. Ding is trying to get his own knight probably either to C4 or to B3, which is a classic maneuver in this line.
Yeah, it's quite a calculation. What happens if Black just starts taking on D4 right here?
I'm going to wash my hands of that. I don't really feel like... And yeah, Hikaru did the calculation for us. He plays E takes D4. And he's almost certainly going to take on D4 again. There it is.
Yeah. Once he's taken once, he's going to take it all.
I don't get what Ding had in mind, because the problem with knight B3 is you give up the A4 pawn. And you give black connected passers on the queen side. The knight c4 seems pretty innocuous. Queen c7, and congratulations. What do you do now? Or queen b4. I mean, maybe not queen b4. Bishop a3 actually traps the queen.
That's too bad. That's too bad, because otherwise it looks like a weak spot. Like the queen would be happy to be talking to those white pieces that are not on squares defended by pawns. But
yeah, queen c7 was Hikaru's choice. He takes d4, and an IQP position where black has control of the square in front of it. I think Hikaru has no issues in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to play d5 for white here. No, I don't have a follow-up. I want my b2 bishop open. I'd rather be down a pawn.
Right.
The bishop open.
I think Ding may be preparing something of that sort. He goes knight e3. Let's see if Hikaru puts a knight on d5 himself, or if he just stays in control of that square. Queen b6 also looks like an interesting try. Although I might be doing your bidding for you. There it is.
Yeah.
And Hikaru might very well grab the pawn on d4 once the bishop moves.
Yeah, I don't see a compelling reason not to at the moment. Oh, there'll be knight d4, bishop d4, rook d4. Yeah. It seems like you can just take straightforwardly.
Yeah, basically the bishop on e6 is going to be defending the other rook, which is going to allow you to leave the 8th rank. And here we go. Yep, he takes it. Yeah, a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, pawn is a pawn. But hey, I'm happy. The bishop is
the
no
bishop is
muzzled by the d4 pawn.
Yeah, maybe just bishop f1 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bishop
and
c4.
notice that the like cherished evaluation bar didn't care too much when white lost the pawn. It's just kind of like you could be down your bishop on a1 or you could be down your pawn on d4, but it doesn't make a huge difference.
Yeah, white's very active. There's no appealing discoveries. And what tends to happen sometimes in these positions is that white somehow wins the pawn back, but it comes at the cost of a lot of trades. So there's a lot of draw potential in positions like these.
Yeah.
We'll see if Hikaru plays bishop e6 to try to neutralize the light-skirt bishop.
Hikaru's thinking, which is nice, because if I were white, I wouldn't really know what my next move is. Would you have any advice for me here, Tanya, if I give you a move for white?
Yeah, it's hard to find improving moves. Like you can't really target this knight. I guess a move like knight d5 has to be considered, and then bishop takes d4, but it's a little bit speculative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not exactly. I don't think Ding is threatening anything. Okay. For which reason Hikaru might just want to play h6, for example, just create some lift. But I don't know. I'm really attracted to bishop e6 here.
Yeah, then you don't have to worry about knight d5.
Right. He's taking a sweet time. He's now down on the clock.
Yeah, this is a major tank right here.
Yeah, like you said, Hikaru has not been shy to take minute and a half, even 2-minute things in the 5-minute portion. And 5 minutes is an ocean of time for these players that are used to bullet in 3 minutes. It's just completely different.
Yeah. All right. I was looking at a very, very fanciful blunder for black, which was queen b4. Basically just hanging all sorts of stuff. The knight on d4, the rook on e1. So I had in mind bishop d4, rook d4.
That's a nice idea.
Or on some other move by white, I was setting something up even more just outrageous, which was I was trying to threaten bishop takes h3 for black with my queen b4 move.
Oh, you want to play bishop h3 and then something like knight f3 and queen takes e1, queen takes
exactly.
a1.
Queen e1.
That's a cool
queen
idea.
E1. Yeah.
Well, you almost called it. You played queen c5, and Ding responds with queen b1, getting out of the potential zone of discoveries.
Yeah, I was thinking white might even play queen b1 next to trade queens if black sort of just sat, because I just couldn't tell what else white was going to do. Yeah,
and one way this position could fizzle out is Hikaru plays b5, Ding takes the knight on d4, and then takes 3 times on b5. So that you have a liquidation and a symmetrical endgame. Hikaru now down to 30 seconds, though. I mean, he's got to be careful. This is a wide open position. He does go for b5. Let's see if Ding goes for the draw or maybe takes and goes bishop a2. Yeah, he goes for the draw.
Yeah. Fair enough. Hikaru's in agreement.
Rook d1, you could even play here to
liquidate extra.
Maybe it's not over yet. White is marginally more active here.
Yeah, as long as the bishop on c4 is hitting f7, which is sort of the only real weakness in the position at the moment. Now,
Yeah, well,
rook d1 here.
Then I guess queen takes queen and queen back to e8.
Yeah.
Ding is definitely going to make a couple moves here. I mean, it's a little unpleasant.
Yeah.
I just don't see Hikaru losing this position.
Yeah. Yeah, if it were the other way around, you might be worried about someone having 20 seconds against Hikaru's 50, but for Hikaru, 20 seconds is fine.
Right. Yeah, I mean, in a position this simple, there's just no way he commits any kind of serious blunder. And okay, Ding basically offers a draw.
Saying, like, yeah, that's enough.
Let's see if they repeat or if they agree to a draw.
They clearly have had some practice recently in tournaments where the format says you can't offer draws, right?
Right.
They're very quick at coming up with the moves that sort of take
quickly
everything off the board.
liquidate. Right.
Yeah. The one thing no GM will do in those situations, though, is make the final trade into that like king and pawn, like bishop e4. Like you don't want to have to calculate if you get zugzwanged at the end. So.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And that's one way to lose these draw positions. You start playing on autopilot, and then you all of a sudden get into some lost end game. Okay, so that game will be aborted. We will go on our traditional mid-segment break. So far, Ding hanging with Hikaru. The score is 2-2 after that crazy turnaround game. But David, of course, it's way too early to make any grand conclusions. We will have to wait until one of them gets separation.
Yeah, the players kind of feeling each other out at the beginning here, right? It's taking the measure of the opponent.
And we've seen that in many of these SEC matches. So we'll see how it continues. You're watching the Speed Chess Championship semifinal presented by Coinbase. We'll be back with the rest of the 5-minute portion in just a few.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
Love intensity. I love matches that are difficult. And I think the World Rapid and Blitz, it's like exhausting for the players to play that much speed chess over multiple days in a row. So I love watching that event.
Yeah, no, I love it too. I think everybody does. And the time scrambles, watching time scrambles over the board is one of the most entertaining experiences that you could possibly have. Yeah. And the disputes that sometimes go along with it, I think it's a healthy dose of, as you said, intensity, and a great way to celebrate the new year. Okay, so we're waiting on the resumption of our second SEC semifinal, Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren, to determine who will challenge Wesley So in this year's SEC final. Well, it's 2-2, David. Again, like I said before we went on break, it's too early to conclude how the start of this match has borne out on the rest of its course. Nobody has momentum. I don't know.
I'm not sure yet. I still feel like they're figuring out who their opponent is today. Hikaru making these super expressive faces, but I wouldn't read,
he is.
I wouldn't read too much into it. Like,
they haven't started the game yet. So what exactly he's reacting to, I don't know. And there it is.
I maybe he's reading an email. I wouldn't say it like means that, you know, he's like not happy about the current score or anything like that, right? So
yeah, and like I said, Hikaru makes a lot of faces, but I would judge by his moves. And even when he's had difficult matches, I mean, and from personal experience, he's just so hard to tilt. And if he was the kind of guy who got tilted after one disappointing game, you know, he wouldn't be Hikaru Nakamura. You can't have total domination over the Blitz world for 10 years and react so strongly to one disappointing result.
Yeah. That's Nakura Rikamura, who you've never heard of, and you've never seen them play in the SEC championship. But they've got an account on chess.com. They get tilted. They go on 10-hour bullet binges, and their rating is 1,300, not 3,300.
Right. Or as Slicker would say, Hikamaru. Listen, chat. All right, so we have yet another one of these relatively symmetrical positions. Now, in this game, Ding did not fianchetto his own bishop, so we have a little bit of asymmetry with respect to the center. Now, of course, White can snag this pawn, but that would not be a very wise idea, would it now?
You got a pawn dangling, but not as good as when Fabi did it. You know, I think when good players do something, people want to copy it. So that
when did Fabi do it?
Suddenly, it's like on the table that like you can sometimes trade the fianchettoed bishop if you want to pawn.
You're talking about the King's Indian game where Fabi gave up his King's Indian bishop. Yeah. I analyzed that one on stream. It was a very powerful moment for a lot of people because people, you can, like you said, you can do that. Like that's a move you are allowed to make.
Right.
But not here. Here you are not allowed to give up your fianchettoed bishop. The circumstances were different in that game.
Yeah. E3 is not helping to allow it either. So that bishop is a required piece for White here. And let's see. I mean, one option here is that the rooks just come to the center and start trading. But are there any like exciting plans for Hikaru as white here?
First of all, you can prepare f4 in some of these positions. For example, you can step aside with your king and try to go f4, especially since black's gotten the rook away from the king side. But again, clearly by his choice of openings, Hikaru is not looking to take those kinds of risks. I think he doesn't even mind a tied score at the end of the 5-minute portion, given how much of a favorite he is in the lower time controls. As for other plans, I don't know, maybe play a3 at some point, maybe go h4, just because I feel like grandmasters are required to go h4 in some of these positions. Watch Hikaru go h4. It's like an unspoken law. Oh, first he goes a3, one for one.
Contract.
1 for 1.
A3 on the queen side.
Let's see if I can go 2 for 2, and he'll play h4 on the next move. Maybe Ding plays a5, and then Hikaru's like, all right, time to play on the other flank.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point you make, though. Like, the way he's played, it shouldn't be a surprise that the match is like tied. So that makes it even less likely that he would be frustrated about it. Because it does actually feel like this should be well within what he could expect with the strategy he came in with.
Right. No, for sure. And we've seen this type of strategy in his previous SEC matches as well. He has not gone h4, but it's only because Ding allowed him to go b4. I was a little bit surprised. I honestly thought Ding was going to go a5. This seems like a little bit of a concession, even though the eval bar hasn't really changed.
Yeah. I mean, my main advice to Ding for a position like this would be to play a couple moves quickly and wait to see what Hikaru is really up to.
He's not really heeding that advice.
No.
He's taken about a minute on this move. 97, 95 is another maneuver that I've seen in these types of positions. I don't really know. I agree with you. I think there's a lot of moves that are about equivalent in strength. I don't think Ding needs to stress too much. Okay, but he goes a5, so he does go for a pretty confrontational idea.
Yeah, he sure does.
He wants Hikaru to go b5.
My other advice for Ding and for other people is not to take advice from people who are 400 or 500 points lower rated than you.
Right, but the thing is, when you're a commentator, I think people sometimes interpret these statements that way. But I think you should be allowed to point out, clear, things that a player needs to do. I think that's actually kind of the job of a commentator. But
yeah, of course.
Right.
I mean, otherwise, like the only people who'd be allowed to comment would be like, Magnus and Ding and people like that. And then what? They would be commenting and we'd be playing. They'd get all the commentary, right?
Although nobody likes a Monday morning quarterback, but there are some commentators. I watch a lot of sports, and I draw some inspiration from some of my favorite commentators. There's one basketball commentator. His name is Jeff Van Gundy. He comes from a basketball family. His coach is also
a coach. I thought
he was a coach. He was coach of the Houston Rockets, very successful. And then he went into commentating. And what's funny about him is he's always pointing out what the players are doing wrong, and he's arguing with certain basketball rules, but everybody loves him. And the reason is because he does it in such a funny, lighthearted way. Nobody thinks that he's about to run out on the basketball court and tell Steph Curry how to shoot a 3-pointer.
Right.
He respects the players in the game, but he points stuff out. But it's a hard balance to find for sure.
Yeah.
He coached the Knicks too. The chat is reporting. In the meantime, Hikaru is starting to, get his tentacles on the queen side here. Queen b5 hitting the knight.
Yeah.
And if the knight moves away, then b7 is hanging, although a3 is also hanging.
What's notable to me is that the white bishop on c3 and knight on d2 are a little bit loose. So as black, I want to, if possible, break up that coordination for white so that the lack of stability on those pieces is going to matter. But at the moment, we just have to do something about the knight, right? So it's either b6 or retreating.
That is surprised that Hikaru has tentacles. Come on, I was always saying he was an octopus. How did people not know that? Come on. Chat is out of the loop. b6.
b6.
So yeah, queen takes b6, queen takes b6, rook b6, bishop a3. We've got a lot of hanging pieces.
Everything.
I have no desire to calculate this position.
Oh, that's your job.
My job is to calculate?
Yeah.
Never. Yeah, Hikaru is definitely thinking about that. If he doesn't take on b6, he has to defend a3. So I guess he could play bishop b2. Although then you'll have problems with the knight. Yep.
Be dangling.
Once the queen moves.
Okay. Time about balanced. Little edge for Hikaru. bishop f1, not capturing any of the things or defending any of the things.
Right. He just ignores it entirely. I guess the point is if bishop.
Yeah. It's that
I was going to say bishop
e3,
e2,
bishop
maybe?
e2, the rook's not hanging with check on c1.
And after bishop c5, maybe Hikaru is going for some sort of initiative with knight e4. I'm a little skeptical of that, but and I think so is Ding.
Oh, Ding's skeptical too.
Yes, he is. You can also play bishop takes a5 here. Bishop takes c1, bishop takes b6, and we've got another mass exchange, and I'm not sure how to evaluate that one either.
Yeah, not clear at all.
But I think, okay, so he goes for bishop b2. The eval bar doesn't like that move.
Right. I think for the reason of your bishop c5 move.
Well, they're going for the line.
Yeah. Now knight b3.
Yeah, that's
And
a move.
Bishop
That's a
c4
thought.
could be a problem.
Although there, I could play bishop takes c4 and queen f7.
Yeah.
So
Good catch.
under a minute, though, and this is what Hikaru does, the position has remained very complex. And he's somehow built up a pretty massive time advantage. There it is, knight b3. Now, if he moves his rook, where does he move it? Rook c2 would be natural. He plays bishop c4, but definitely takes in queen f7. And I think he missed it.
Yeah, there
I
he
think
missed
Hikaru
it.
missed it. You could
It's
just
like,
tell by his reaction.
incredible. Queen f7. What a luck.
Right. And rook takes c4, there is knight a5 or knight d2, trading the knights. And Ding is basically not risking in this position.
No, he's looking very, very safe with his extra pawn. And the second rank is even more scary than the b pawn at the moment to me.
For sure. I think Hikaru is definitely the one who has to exercise caution, and he's doing just that, going for the trade of bishops, and he's going to pile up on whatever lands on c5, whether it's a bishop or a pawn.
Yeah,
I think Hikaru should be able to pull out a draw here.
Yeah, the black queen is far from f5, but if she got there, that's where things would get pretty scary. So Hikaru wants to open up the queen side before there's time for maneuvers.
And Ding's like, all right, go ahead, h6. He also has to watch his clock because Hikaru can complicate any position. Doesn't matter how drawish it seems. You don't want to end up with 2 seconds for the rest of the game, and I think we're going to see a trade and a draw.
Queen d7 is a good move for just drawing up the game if you're done trying to win.
Right. Now the question is, which repetition are they going to find here? Or are they going to trade down really quickly until rook versus rook?
So Ding did pretty well in that game.
Yeah, no, it seemed like
with black.
Yeah, in the middle game, he's playing no worse than Hikaru. It definitely seems like his time consumption is not going to carry over very well into the 3-minute portion. So not to say that he won't be able to make adjustments, but Hikaru is ending most of these games with a hefty time advantage.
Yeah, and that game, honestly, it could have still been complicated. It was just because Ding had a slight edge. He was able to parlay the slight edge into simplification, right? But if he'd been on the other side of that game, which obviously he wasn't, but I mean, if you were on the other side, then the 20 seconds could have been a problem. So
for sure.
See, back to the Catalan.
And we have a very fashionable line. Everybody's playing this move, c6 now, which used to be unheard of around 2014. But somebody like Kramnik played it, and you know what happens from that point on. Everybody starts playing it.
Yeah.
And it's a good line because the bishop on g2 is somewhat blunted. Black can still prepare c5 at a timely moment. So I think it equalizes pretty heftily.
Okay. Well, e2 is hanging, so black is solidly coming with the knight on d5, could trade it as desired.
And then brings his own knight back.
d7 can come in next.
Yeah, you'll often see black playing moves like rook c8. Sometimes the knight will go to b4, a square weakened by white's move a4. And for Ding, I mean, trading on d5 is tantamount to admitting that the opening hasn't really worked, because after cd, it's a comfortable position for black.
Yeah. Although that is the kind of position Hikaru has been happy to play as white. So.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. Ding is such a pure D4 player. Catalan.
Yeah.
You know, Queen's Gambit.
He got wild with one knight c3, allowing the Nimzo, and was like, yeah, you know.
Right.
The Nimzo's a good opening. I'm going back to knight f3.
Right. Back to home base.
Yeah, but you could try something like knight d5, queen c6, rook fc1. Like, if it were in your strategy to play like very equal positions.
Right. Instead, Ding taking on b5, I would imagine Hikaru recaptures with the a pawn. Because if you take, although you could take with the c pawn and open up the c file for yourself, but a little bit too brazen. No, you're right. He does take on d5.
Yeah. Well, if I was right about that, he's going to play queen c6 too,
Queen
right?
c6. No, I agree. I think that's the only logical way to follow it up. You give Black one move, Black plays queen b6, and everything
queen c7 too, though.
Well, yeah, same type of idea. You're trying to harass Black before Black has managed to consolidate. No, white is better here, without question.
Well, that's something to say then.
I underestimated this queen c7 idea, because if Black plays queen c8, White's just going to play rook c1. White's not going to budge.
Same problem for Black, yeah. And at that point, Black's already losing a pawn after rook c1, pretty much. Like the b pawn's already gone.
Yeah, because in the endgame, the rook's going to come out to b7. Black's rook is going to be tied down to the knight. You're right.
Yeah. And then once White takes on b5, it's made in 23.
Right.
Yeah.
Ding brings his rook to c1 anyway, getting full control of the c file.
Yeah.
How is Hikaru going to untangle here? I mean, he could play bishop f8 and free up the knight. Problem is the knight doesn't really have anywhere good to go.
Yeah. I mean, is White threatening anything? If White's not threatening anything, I'd even be inclined to play bishop e4 for Black here, just so the bishop on g6 doesn't get left out of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're creating a potential trade of bishops. Yeah, bishop e4 looks pretty solid. I don't think Ding is threatening anything in particular here. It's just an uncomfortable position for Black.
Yeah.
But Hikaru, once again, taking one of those long thinks that he's taken quite a few of in the 5-minute portion.
Yeah.
As we approach 30 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we've got one each with 3 draws. And this has been largely a choice, I feel, of Nakamura's, who's the more like flexible player about like styles and stuff. I think it's a choice of his that has made some of these games so solid.
Yeah. And, we can definitely ask him about that in the interview, whether this was a conscious strategy or just the way he felt the match was going. But I really don't have any doubt that he kind of planned this.
Yeah.
And
so 95 came from Ding. That was something I was like toying with in my mind. That's why I was thinking of bishop e4. And after 95, White collects the bishop pair for the moment.
Yep. C4, bishop c3.
And now White wants to play next, b3 and bishop b4. And
yep. The knight looks good, but it's not stable. And ultimately, White can also go e3, bishop f1 and play against the b5 pawn.
Yeah.
Which Hikaru defends with a rook b8. And okay, b3 is very natural. He plays it.
Yeah.
And now I guess the knight has to go back to b6. Not something you would want to do, but I think you have to. Queen a3.
Oh, that is his move in mind. Attacking everything. The rook on c1. White can't
you
get
have
fancy
to take
here. You got to trade it.
And now the knight wants to escape via c2. Mm-hmm.
And bishop
if you
c5.
go bishop c5. Yeah, the knight is kind of trapped, but it also has a lot of escape routes, and it's hard to attack.
Yeah, and then you go rook a8 to a1 for Black, and the position's locked up enough for a draw.
Yeah. I still think
can
bishop
White
e4,
play e4 right here?
And your idea is de bishop e4.
I'm trying to trap that knight.
E4, I think Black has b4.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can take your pawn.
Yeah.
That's a good try, though. And what I was thinking is bishop b4 and bishop c5 actually does threaten e4. So this does become a major problem for Black.
Yeah.
Hikaru instantly goes rook c8, threatening knight takes d4. b4, knight b4. Or either, actually.
Yeah.
And if you go e3, then I can still escape via b4.
that was quite a move, rook c8, and he'd seen it coming way before.
Right.
I missed the chance to point out that Ding actually had a 2-minute lead on the clock at some point this game. So Hikaru was feeling uncomfortable, but now he's figured it out with that rook.
Well, knight b4, it's still uncomfortable. Rook a1, and then if you play knight d3, white can always support the bishop with b4. And still the b5 pawn worries me in the long run, because white is just about ready to start attacking it with bishop f1.
Yeah.
So if I'm Hikaru, I would still be contemplating either rook a8 or even e5. Try to liquidate by force. I actually like e5 here.
Yeah, I think rook a8, the problem is this e4 move that
I
mentioned
forgot about
before.
it.
Because if rook a1 comes, black loses the pawn on d5.
Yep.
Just a tempo too slow to go for rook a8.
And you can't go b4 because if bishop takes b4, it's a double-edged pin, both sides.
So is there anything wrong with your e5 idea? Oh, he goes another direction. B4.
Yeah, he goes for b4. Oh, I guess his idea is if bishop takes b4, he has rook b8, winning the pawn back.
Okay. I believe that.
And if e4, then still he has knight takes d4. So an important moment here for Ding. You can play, king f1 just ends up getting sent back with bishop d3. I thought maybe bring the king to d2.
Right. So, I mean, if that's no good, then bishop f1 is the only other move that's really improving white's position. I looked at rook b1, knight e3, wasn't impressed. So
yeah,
I don't really see any other piece that can be improved other than bishop f1.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to say. And Ding taking one of his own deep thinks. Yeah, bishop takes before rook b8 just seems like essentially a draw. And we might see another draw.
Yeah.
Okay, g4. I think he wants well, no, he can't really play f4 because the pawn hangs. So he's passing Hikaru the move and kind of asking Hikaru how he's going to improve his position, which is not easy either.
Okay. Well, if that's all he wanted to do, he should have done it sooner.
Right. Yeah, he took a while to make a pretty straightforward move, and Hikaru does allow e4.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe e4, knight a1.
Pawn takes d5, knight b3.
Yep.
Ooh.
What a weird, complicated position. White could go d6 there.
Yeah.
Takes
Feels
d6.
risky.
Okay, we're about to see something like that. And now I was trying to decide between d takes e6 and d6. I think d6 is the more ambitious move.
Yeah, I agree.
And he plays it.
Bravo.
And I think Hikaru's in trouble here. Maybe rook d8, but then rook e1 or rook d1. I just don't see it for Hikaru. Like, what's the move?
Yeah, I don't see the next move here either.
b8, the eval bar approves of that.
Wow. Now, if that was the only good move, that's like amazing when you find like an only defensive move with 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's that calm, just rook b8. Now, white's rook is hanging. White has to move it, I would imagine, rook e1, because rook d1 might run into bishop c2, although maybe you want to provoke that move for whatever reason.
Right.
Ding down to 25 seconds.
Both players.
3 results are possible here, by the way. Like, white could mess this up.
Yeah, like if you go rook e1, maybe black gets knight d2 and then pushes the pawn home. So
okay, well, Ding has to make a decision here. He's down to, and there it is. Rook e5, d7, rook d, bishop c6, I guess. And I still think he takes, but the bishop's going to move away from c6, and white's going to give up the rook for the b pawn and push the c pawn.
Yeah.
No, Ding is completely winning here. Bishop a4. This is easy. C6 and c7.
C6, c7, huh?
And Ding's going to win this game.
Oh my goodness.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Seizes the lead. And we're in game 6.
Good time management. That move g4, kind of keeping the tension, very patient. And, you know, Hikaru got low on time. He strikes with e4, and Hikaru wasn't able to find his way out of the complications. A great effort by Ding. And he needs more where that came from.
Am I allowed to say, Danya? And if not, we can just go back and cut this out of the VOD. But am I allowed to say that I was hoping that Ding Liren would win the 5-minute section so that we would have more question about who's going to win the match in the second and third time controls?
I think you are. I think most people understand that commentators always root for a close match. Well, some people don't understand that. And I feel like anytime you praise anyone for like a win, you just assume it's a knock on the other player, which is ridiculous, of course.
Yeah.
I definitely think there would be a lot more entertainment value in a close match.
Yeah, I once, like very, very early days, commented a kids tournament, and then a parent sent in a complaint that I had said something good about a move that their kid's opponent played.
Right.
Like I was like, that was a good move. Like, why did he say that about the other kid? He's so biased. I didn't know any of this.
He's so biased against my son. Yeah. How dare he praise a good game by anybody?
Yeah.
What a controversial point. Yeah.
Yeah. But what I really love are like, chess contests where you don't know who's going to win.
Yeah. I think everybody does.
And Hikaru has built up this aura of like invincibility in the Speed Chess Championships. So I would love to see him lose the 5-minute portion and see what gear does he go into if he's
for sure. And I think a lot of Hikaru fans would like to see the same. I think it's normal to want that. I'm a big Warriors fan, and I don't like games where they're up by 30 after for the first quarter. I like to see buzzer beaters in, fourth quarter contests that come down to the wire. Most people are into entertainment, and this is definitely the most entertaining type of match. And we've seen a lot of it in the SEC this season. We have not seen a lot of blowouts, which is, a testament to how much everybody has left everything on the table, and in a good sense, of course. And there have been some matches that have gone down to the very last game. 2 of them, I think.
A5. Wow. That's a very desirable move for Ding to get an A5, A4 if possible. But I was concerned that White might be getting ready to move Knight E4. But I guess it doesn't matter too much. If Ding says it doesn't.
Black is another lackluster opening by Hikaru, who's given up the center. He's given up queenside pressure, as you've said, and his bishop on b2 is unimpressive as well. You would want to at some point play e3, but completely not feasible here with a black bishop on c5. It was king h1.
King h1, a bit of a miserable move, right?
Yeah, black can play bishop g4, black can play a4. This is a chance for Ding here. Like I said, I think he needs a 2 or 3 point lead realistically out of the 5-minute portion, and he needs to maintain that in the 3-minute portion.
Yeah.
But this is his chance. This is the format where I think he's closest in strength to Hikaru.
Yeah. Have you seen Ding play blitz outside of the Speed Chess Championships?
Very little.
Because I know you sort of play with all the highest rated blitz players online.
I think I've played him maybe once or twice, but he doesn't play a lot casually. Which hurts you, I think, the most in the bullet, actually. I think that if you're a good blitz player, but you don't really play much online, you come back, you play a couple of games, all right, you're back into the routine. Yeah. In bullet, I feel like it's almost impossible to find your form unless you're very practiced.
Right.
And in that sense, Hikaru has a huge edge over a lot of his SEC opponents.
Certainly in a 30-minute segment, you don't have time to find your form, right?
Nope.
You would need to have a 2-hour session, and maybe in the second hour, you'd be playing well, but here it's 30 minutes and it all counts against you.
And the depressing thing about playing Hikaru is that even if he has a complete disaster, you beat him, you're winning by 6 points going to the bullet, your lead is still not safe. You're still very much nervous that he's just going to whitewash you. And 30 minutes is enough to play 10 or 11 games. So in the meantime, Ding continues to extend his advantage in this game. He's put the bishop on b4. He can put the other one on a6, for example, and then he can put the knight on d5. He seems to be dominating in the center. Or rook b5.
Yeah. Fianchettoed bishops just generally are not that good if the opponent's center is too strong. So it's, yeah, the slicing from the side here.
Yeah, freezing a lot of White's pieces in place. And if you go rook g1, you could end up, getting mated with knight g4. It's actually not so easy to defend against the threat of knight takes f2, believe it or not, given that the knight on d4 is also pinned. Knight on d2 is also pinned.
Yeah, no, I mean, you just have to go straight back to f1 there.
Yeah, I just bungled it, just totally bungled it. I don't see a move.
Yeah, I mean, each piece can't move because of the other piece that can't move.
Right.
Start to untangle it.
The pawn can't move because the rook can't move, because the knight can't move, because the queen can't move. It's tied to the knight. The bishop is blocked by black's pawns. What Hikaru needs is he needs to make one of black's pieces budge, or he has to play f4 at some point. How is he going to change the course of the game? Of course, he is second to none in this regard.
Yeah,
he does
I
not.
would have lashed out with f4 there, so it's instructive to see what he's doing here. He's preventing smothered mate, and then rook
knight g4. He took that threat seriously, and now eventually maybe bring the other rook away, although you can't do that right now. And for Ding, what's hard about these positions in blitz is you feel the need to find accurate moves. You feel like you're so dominating that you don't want to lose your advantage, so you end up burning a lot of clock, sifting through a lot of tempting options. And Ding, for the time being, and this is what I've liked about the way he's played this match so far, I think he understands when he needs to play a little faster, David. He doesn't do the thing where he spends a minute and a half. He understands that he can't really drop down to 10 seconds in the middle game.
Right. Can he play e4 here? Like, speaking of...
He can definitely consider it. And the point would be, again, that the knight is pinned.
Yeah.
White would have to sack an exchange, I would imagine.
Yeah. And then the game enters a decisive phase once you go for it.
+3. Queen e7 also makes some sense going after.
Because if white can't take on e4, you just play e3 next move, and I assume white's position is cracked. So
yeah, white's position is just fed through the shredder then. Everything collapses. Ding taking his time. I can assure you he's calculating e4. He goes a4, striking on the other side. And guess what? He's threatening queen a5, which is going to enforce the pressure on the knight. Uh-oh.
Ouch.
That
is a strong move.
It's a great move.
And it's a no-risk move, too.
Bishop c3 makes sense here.
Yeah.
Or you could go for the pawn, take d2 and take b3. Again, I think Ding needs to make this decision fast.
Yeah.
Which he's not really doing. And he goes for bishop c3, keeping the tension.
I like that. Your idea of queen a5 is so evil.
And it can't be defended against for the reasons we outlined, because of the rook, because of the pawn, because of the knight.
Yeah.
And Hikaru is insistent on giving up a pawn, but relieving some of this pressure. Now Ding can go knight d5, or he can take, this is what I'm talking about it. He's got a lot of these decisions. He's completely winning here. But can he drive it all the way home?
I think this game he can.
There's the exchange sack.
Yeah.
Queen takes, he takes the... Okay, now he takes b4 as well. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's an exchange and a pawn.
It's an exchange.
No compensation.
It's not a pawn for the exchange. It's not compensation for the pawn. It's an exchange and a pawn and compensation.
Yeah, he's got, lock, stock, and barrel. And Hikaru does manage to put his knight on d6. That's like the first active piece he's had all game.
Yeah. The first white piece to venture past the third rank.
Right. And there comes it's vis-a-vis, which can swing backward to b5 if Ding wants, and force the knight out of d6. One thing that concerns me is this clock.
Is there anything wrong with queen a5?
Ding is wondering the same thing. Well, I guess he just has nowhere to go after reaching a5. There's knight b5. 24 seconds, Hikaru keeping as many pieces on the board as possible, but now the knight is banished to h4. And the bishop's going to reroute, I think, to e6 and potentially to d5.
Yeah. It's hard to hang out like on the other side of the board when there's nobody else from your team there, right? It's just you and like 5 guys who hate you. And like at some point, you're like...
Ding trading the knight on f5. Bishop takes b3 there. Hikaru trying one last attempt to weaken black king. That is not a bad attempt, I should say.
No, not a bad attempt. I would have played queen e7 last move because I was afraid of this thing.
Wait, f takes g7. What is Ding's idea? Does he want to play e3?
Must be e3.
But then just f takes e3.
Yeah.
I don't like the direction this is going for Ding. He's got 10 seconds. That's what I talk about. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Queen takes h6. Now it's unclear. Look at white as the G file. Queen takes c6.
Oh my goodness. Now he could even lose this game.
Yeah, very, very well might. Now you can't go rook g1 immediately. You drop e2, but you could go bishop f3 and threaten rook g1.
Yeah, or bishop c6.
And Hikaru king h2, but white could still lose this game as well.
Oh, now he could queen the a pawn. There was a pawn on a2. There was a reason for doing this.
Queen e. Oh, that was the idea. Queen e5, bishop f4. Oh my goodness. I think Ding's going to lose this game.
1 second left.
Now white is winning, apparently. Oh, e4. I think e4 is the move.
Hikaru's like calculating.
Hikaru's annoyed, but he's going to win.
Wow.
Unbelievable turn. I mean, this is what kills you in a match with Hikaru. These games, they destroy your morale and they destroy your match score.
Yeah.
I mean,
then you can ask the player, like, did you lose the match because this move like hurt your morale? And they're like, no, I lost because then it gave my opponent points and they were ahead of me.
And the reason this happens, like I'm a broken record here, but you cannot get down to 10 seconds in a blitz game with Hikaru. It doesn't matter how winning you are. It really doesn't. And I think a lot of players who are less experienced with Hikaru, they don't fully realize that. You can do it with a lot of other players. You can't do it with Hikaru because he will always trick you in one way or another. He will always find a way to create complications, as he did in the last game. The moment he played f6, I had a feeling he would win. The moment Hikaru plays such a move, you just know that things are about to get, the tables are about to turn.
Yeah. Yeah. That's tough because there went Ding's first lead in the match and you can see him still like upset about it. I mean,
oh yeah, he's thinking about it.
Until that moment where he lost that game, I hadn't really caught a facial expression on Ding in the first, 70, 80, 75 minutes of the match. And when he lost that game, he looked upset and he still looks upset.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't be? It's impossible not to be, because, it's like in the span of 5 moves, it's day and night. Crazy. And Hikaru equalizes the score.
Yeah.
He's also unhappy with the positions that he's getting, I'm sure. And I think we'll see some changes in the opening from him in the 3-minute portion. Although he's got a very nice position here.
Now, this game here, I feel like with the 1 second increment, it could go like 11, 12 minutes, but there's a good chance they get one more game in after this in the 5-minute portion.
Yeah, I think most likely they will.
Okay. So 2 games maybe to go here in the 5-minute.
Yeah, Ding cannot tilt away to both of these. Now rook c8 and c5 is the typical plan.
Yeah. Definitely a bright spot for Hikaru is like how comfortably he's equalizing with black in the opening.
Yeah.
Like he seems to really, really have his Catalan lines down. And you were saying the reason people like move their openings around is partly because if you get stuck in the opponent's prep, like you just can't do anything. So for Ding, I mean, he doesn't seem to have any weapon with white so far.
No, I think he's probably going to stick to the Catalan. And I mean, he's getting complicated positions. So maybe he's just more comfortable with these types of positions. Although here, he's got to be careful or his center is going to collapse. One idea I was thinking of is e5 and then eventually get this d2 knight maybe to e4 and d6. We'll see what he decides. He's already a minute down.
Yeah.
I think he's contemplating whether to play e5 here or to, just take on c5. Let's see. Yeah, he's taking a pretty long think. Yeah, I would definitely think there's one more game after this one.
Yeah. Well, it's got that feeling of like, super GM classical tournaments. It's like a real struggle to prove an advantage for white these days in the opening,
The 5-minute portion in general feels like classical. And it's interesting. I think one day I'll write a book on this, like the history of online chess. And, the attitudes towards various time controls. It's really interesting because I've been around for a while now. I'm ancient. with respect to online chess. It used to be the case that I played 5-minute and 3-minute in regular quantities, and bullet was like black caviar. It was a delicacy, right? All right, at the end of the day, I'll play 2 bullet games. Now, bullet might be quantitatively the most popular time control. 30-second was absolutely not a thing. And it didn't have to do with pre-moves. Pre-moves existed, but 30-second chess was unheard of until maybe a year ago. So it's just interesting to see how, and 5-minute now is basically tantamount to classical.
Right.
Crazy how much the attitudes have changed, at least in my anecdotal experience.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So white has the possibility of knight d6, always has to reckon with the knight takes e5 tactic, but when there's a rook on c8, you could play knight d6. It's just after the rook moves, what's your follow-up? So he's offering the knight trade, which takes the pressure off e5. Ding, of course, plunges in to keep the pressure on. And
yeah, and he might follow up with a rook c1 to hit the other knight.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that knight is doing other than just coming right back to try and threaten knight e5 again.
Knight back, yeah, there we go, threatening knight e5. And that might necessitate knight e4 or knight c4. Complicated middle game position. He goes knight e4.
Yeah.
Evalbar didn't like that move. Nobody knows why.
That it's going to go knight c5, knight d6 with a draw. The Evalbar wants.
Right. It's already speculating on that. Rook c8. Rook c8 is a nice move. Get control of the c file. And knight d6 is not going to be a problem as long as the knight remains on d7. Ding activates his bishop, attacking a6. I mean, a5 is natural, but now Ding has the b5 square if he wants it.
Yeah.
Although it's always dangerous to get your bishop away from, that's like the goalkeeper coming in for a corner kick. It's like you never know when you might have one somebody kick the ball from one side of the field and you don't have a goalie. It's equivalent to these tactics along this diagonal, I think.
G2 is definitely looking like the goalpost here.
Right.
All right, the knight comes in.
It's back. And why? Because Black's knight went away from d7.
And interesting that that Hikaru doesn't go for the trade. Just pops back. Feels like he's being made to suffer a little bit.
And White has to be very careful about f6 at some point because the whole position could collapse in a second if Black plays f6. And you've got a knight on d6 that starts getting loose. The f file opens. Ugh. I like bishop c6. You got to get rid of this bishop. I was getting really worried about this diagonal on his behalf.
Yeah.
Now the a pawn is in a little bit of trouble.
Right. Is there any tactic with rook b6, knight b6, knight f7?
Ooh. That's really cool. And then I think that deserved to be investigated. Black might have to have given up 2 rooks for a queen there. Okay, instead he plays rook
he
c5.
Goes after a5 instead, but leaves a4 hanging.
Yeah, but is Hikaru going to take b2? I think his knight would have gotten trapped there after rook a2.
Oh, that's a cool trap.
And he saw that in a millisecond. He probably saw that 10 moves ago. He goes rook a8 instead. And the issue is that if Ding takes it and goes b3, Hikaru's just going to jump back to c5. And White's b pawn is a lot weaker than Black's. Black's b pawn is perfectly safe. It's controlled by the knight, and the knight is anchored by the pawn. So if anybody has minuscule winning chances, it's probably Black.
Yeah. Yeah, once you reach this point, I think the extra space from e5 is a disadvantage in these end games.
Hikaru moves his pawn down to b3, where it's under the supervision of the other knight. A lot of knight moves ensuing.
Yeah. Fantastic moves from Liren, move after move. His dad can be very proud of him wherever he is.
Well, the thing is, knight d3 is coming. Ding down to 30 seconds. Look what your story started in the chat.
I know.
Who could have predicted that would have become the daily copy pasta?
That's why I'm saying hi to all 57 of his fathers.
Right. You got a lot of fathers.
everybody's like, now that Ding Liren's famous, they want to be his dad. I want to be like,
Right,
oh,
they're emerging out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook a4. Now the knights are indirectly skewered by the rook. And again, guess what Ding is down to? He's down to 18 seconds. He has to get rid of that B pawn. If he gets rid of the B pawn, I think he can draw that with any amount of time.
Yep.
And he does.
He did.
Knight c5, knight d3.
He does. He could. He did. He would.
Hikaru's going to make a couple moves here. I mean, White's marginally worse.
Yeah.
This
And he
pawn is a
evaded the
little bit
one
weak.
thing White wanted to do, which was rook d8 check, king h7, and then the knight coming into d6.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Ooh,
d7 f8.
Hikaru could have almost taken that and gone king f5, but then White has knight d6.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh.
Making a little thing there. 15
Forkovich.
seconds is okay. It's okay for now.
Ding cannot afford to lose this game. Why is Hikaru so disappointing? I mean, he played a normal game and he's slightly better in the end game. I don't know if that's what he's shaking his head at.
Yeah. I mean, when Hikaru doesn't win, I think he's mad that he didn't win. When he does win, I think he's mad that
at
he didn't
how
win
he won.
even better.
Right. Yeah, the game wasn't smooth enough. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Except Hikaru says that to himself. The game wasn't smooth enough.
Yeah.
You know what I would do is go...
After the last game that he won, where Ding got upset, I actually saw Hikaru looking very upset, and he was doing a gesture I associate with Magnus, where he's like putting away the game, like, ugh.
All right, yeah. Magnus does that all the time. The hand, like a hand wave emotion.
Yeah, I was like, Naka's been watching Magnus. He's like picked up one new move for his body language.
This game is completely unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable. Yeah, he definitely does that. Okay, Hikaru might want to push his f button. Oh, he really can't, because if he plays f5, Ding can even take on Passant, and you can't touch the knight because of f7.
That's too bad.
Back to home base.
And Ding has only used 0.7 seconds, so
right,
works so far. Carry on.
Hikaru's still trying. He wants to get his knight to d3.
Yeah.
Okay, king f8, knight d6, knight d3,
So
maybe?
do you think here? What's the issue with that?
Gee, very tricky. He doesn't want that f7 pawn pinned. Uh-oh, look, Ding's down to 5 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Down to 3 seconds. Knight d3 is a nasty little move that Hikaru created here.
Yeah.
Ah, but Ding coming back around and taking g5.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
g4. Hikaru not giving it up easily.
No.
He's trying every chance, every single move that he could try that has any kind of trickiness. He's trying it.
Yeah. And he's got some pressure on this game.
He
still.
does. Yeah. If Ding loses one of the G pawns, guess what? Hikaru's going to play this for another 8 years.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be the last game of the match. It might set a record for the longest. This game has been going on for 10 minutes already.
Yeah.
Getting the knight around, jumping around to f5.
Intense. Well, Ding's got a setup. Just keep the knight on e4 for the moment.
Yeah, the knight defends both pawns, and the knight is also anchored by the rook. So Hikaru's going to have to find some other setup if he wants to keep pushing. Maybe get this F knight around. Okay, Ding goes g4.
That's a commitment. That's another 50 moves commitment at least.
Right, and it weakens the f4 square. If Black plants a knight on f4 like right about now,
yeah,
that's going to be pretty nasty. Knight f4, knight h3. I don't know why Hikaru's not doing it. There it is. He's made some progress here.
Yeah.
Knight back to g6. Around to e5. And here comes the king, and he's tied Ding's knight down again.
Yeah.
Knight takes g4, he blows the pawn. There it is. There goes one.
Yeah.
White has no chances here. I mean, you can't do it with 3 seconds. Hikaru will torture you until the crows come home to roost, and then he's going to win the second pawn.
Yeah. And Ding's playing a little bit like me when I'm out of time. He's just looking like, he's like, can I make one random check? Can I like put one piece here safely for one more move? It's just one move at a time.
So far, Hikaru not able to make further progress.
Yeah. Here he's got knight c4.
1 minute left in the match. And okay. Got to be a little bit careful for black not to repeat, although we haven't seen.
for sure.
No, there goes the rook. He lost the rook.
Oh, what a move!
Oh my goodness. That is
got
just,
him.
that is so mean. Oh, that is, and now he has black for the last game. That is just devastating.
Yeah.
That is just devastating. And that's what Hikaru does. That this is just what he does and what he's always done. And nobody can compete with that kind of pressure that he puts.
Yeah. And that was the long game. That was the long game. That was the eventually, like, somehow he gets this, like, 70+% score in the long game.
Yeah. And let me show everybody how he's losing the rook. The point is that if you go to the 4th rank, you walk into a fork.
Yeah.
If you play king f3 or king h3, then you walk into a discovery. And once you lose the exchange, you're going to lose the pawn and you're going to lose the game. So that's a quick breakdown. And let's see if Ding can pull it together and avoid losing the last game.
Yeah.
Which he absolutely has to do.
Yeah.
You know what would be a funny line here is knight g5, h6, bishop h7 check, and that's mate.
I know this line, yeah.
But unfortunately, black has other ways to defend the h-pawn. Hikaru castling instead.
Yeah. Knight g6 to cover the area.
Another relatively non-threatening opening adopted by Hikaru, but could play b4 here and clamp down on black's queen side.
Yeah. Black's overall plan is to play c5 in this structure, so b4 would look to maybe prevent that.
Well, the move bishop g4 is surprisingly annoying. The knight on f3 doesn't have a lot of prospects. It can't go to e5 anymore, so it might even be worth playing pawn to h3 and preventing the bishop from developing to g4. Impossible to say what Hikaru is thinking.
Knight b5.
It was knight b5. He invites c5.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at this for a while and I figured, like, well, c5. Why would we do this? So let's see. Hikaru had a deep think. Maybe he'll tell us why here. Well, show us why.
He seems unhappy, but then again, what else is no? You can be up 15 points in the match and make one inaccuracy in the bullet game, and you will see a lot of head shaking.
Well, we'll look forward to that.
c5. Yeah, we might actually. That's the kind of thing we might see. Dingo c5.
Yeah.
You know, I think Hikaru might have been planning DC, BC, and then b4. And of course, if c takes before, there's a fork on c7. The thing is, Ding can throw in the move a6 whenever he wants. And I think that's what he's going to do, a6, b5. No, white is worse again.
Oh, yeah, that's really
White
bad.
is much worse. White is simply, knight e4 is also possible here. White is simply worse.
Yeah. Yeah, a6. I love that. I love just a6, b5. Like, black's grabbing this, like, space advantage, and e4 as well, like, restrained without being occupied. So yeah, I like the way he played it. I'm not in a hurry to trade the knight on f6.
Yeah, again, Hikaru has slipped into a very passive position with no clear plan.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's down on time as well. That doesn't mean anything. But
yeah, no, it's just something that allows us to judge his confidence level, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
When he gets lower on time, he's not going to blunder, but we know that Ding's doing well in the position.
Yeah, I mean, queen b6, a5, and b4 is the traditional way of continuing the pressure, but you know, he doesn't have to do it straight off the bat.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing the exact maneuver I was thinking of. Even though the bishop on c8 was on an open diagonal, I was thinking, like, I would go and tomb my bishop on c6 here.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think bad bishops defend good pawns, and he's preparing a5.
It restrains e4 at the same time as supporting the queenside pawn push. So it's doing something important with itself.
And I would expect knight e4 at some point, or b4. Hikaru probably wants to take the knight and get the other one to an active square. Nothing really changes the evaluation here. Ding just has to decide, hey, you can play bishop d6 and prevent it if he wants. Let's see what he does.
Yeah.
Time advantage dwindling. And this is, of course, the last game of the 5-minute.
Yeah, this is a tough decision for black right here.
It really is. Knight takes f4 also has the benefit of damaging white's pawn structure, but it reinforces white's control of the e5 square. So very, very hard to decide. Yeah. And there it is, knight e5.
What does he have planned here? This is the position where I wasn't sure what the justification would be.
Mm-hmm.
White didn't want to trade on b4 because of bishop a4. We can't allow that.
Right.
But that's good news for Hikaru. He got the bishop to back off.
Yeah, he did, and there's no immediate threats on the queen side. I guess, yeah, b takes a3 was getting the bishop back to its fianchetto square, threatening a potential knight takes c4 due to the pin.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe not immediately because black has rook c8 in response.
Yep.
But stuff that Ding has to worry about.
Mm-hmm. Queen b6 would be logical, helping the rook on e8 get involved in the task of queening one of black's queenside candidate pawns.
Definitely. Hikaru might want to consider putting a rook on the a file to contest it. Yeah. Bishop c8, getting the bishop around to f5.
Yeah.
And knight takes c4 is met with bishop f5, and the white queen has no good squares.
Okay, well, right now bishop f5 looks like it'll be awkward. So white needing a move, maybe maybe f3 and e4.
F3. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he plays it just as I was about to make the move made itself.
Comes right under your mouse, yeah.
Yeah, f3.
And it's for that reason. Process of elimination. Like I was like, what else does white do? Bishop
right, no, very little. And Hikaru is insisting on e4. He moves his king away so that queen takes d4 will not be a check.
Yeah.
Is he threatening to play e4? I don't know. Ding has to decide where he wants this bishop. He can put it on e6 so that it solidifies the center. Bishop f5 would kind of walk into e4, so I'm not sure that makes much sense. And he's taking his time here, contemplating the various ways to meet e4.
Yeah. I would consider g5, g4 for black here.
Mm-hmm. Trying to carve out those light squares.
A little bizarre, but just based on how important e4 is.
Yeah, for sure. He goes bishop e6.
Okay.
And
right,
Hikaru...
He's got to respect knight takes c4, right? That was in the air.
Again. Right. Yeah, now he puts that to bed, and Hikaru has to decide. And bishop c1 here would reinforce the idea of e4.
Mm-hmm.
But that would close down the first rank, and black might have rook a1. Everything is unpleasant here. I mean, yeah. this looks like an incredibly nasty position.
Yeah. I wonder if the players are having fun. This looks like really hard work at the moment, but then maybe at the end they say like, oh yeah, I enjoyed every minute of it.
Right. Well, I don't know if by their facial expressions, it's hard to say that they're enjoying it too much.
Right. Yeah, that's why I wonder, because like I think when I play chess, it also looks like I'm just like suffering. You know, it's like you're trying to solve almost unsolvable problems while a clock ticks against you, and you know you pull out your hair and stuff, and then afterwards you're like, oh, that was the best. When's my next tournament?
That was the greatest experience. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's funny. Yeah, that always the day after the tournament is usually I don't want to look at chess. I don't want to look at my games. That was so stressful. And then a week later, you're looking at the tournament calendar. Right, I want to go here, here, and here. This is where I want to play. Exactly what you said.
Yeah. By the way, have you had another tournament since the U.S. Championships? Anything?
Yeah,
anything
U.S. Masters.
U.S. Masters. That's right.
Yeah, I did okay. I mean, I lost the second round, but I avoided a total disaster. So it was a reasonable tournament. I'm definitely going to play more this coming year.
Yeah, you had fun there.
Yeah, the time of my life, especially after the second round.
Okay. Sorry.
No, but what was fun is that it was obviously I could stay at home, and because it was in Charlotte, so it was really fun from that point of view. And the games I won some nice games, so I had some fun attacking.
Now that sounds good. So knight d7, trading the knight on e5, which was kind of oppressive, and the f3 pawn was dealing with the knight on f6.
Yeah.
So he goes for that trade. Do you think like the trade overall like leaves black with good winning chances as like pieces come off the board? What does black want to have left on the board?
Well, eventually black would want to go c3, I imagine, just make use of this pawn majority. Okay, they're trading a bunch of pawns, but let Hikaru take the pawn on c4, eliminating the majority.
Right.
White's position is still flimsy.
Like queen f2 or something at some point, and
queen f2, rook c2. White's position is just riddled with weaknesses. This is very.
Queen comes back to like e2 or f1 here. This allows rook c2.
Bishop e3 with tempo. Queen c7 also attacking e5. But Hikaru can. Oh, bishop c4, rook takes c2. Wow.
Nice. Nice find.
b3, anchor.
Now you don't want to take that, do you?
White is completely lost here once again. Can he pull a rabbit out of the hat yet another time?
The answer is
bishop
probably yes, but what's the rabbit?
Yeah, bishop c4 is coming. It's incredibly nasty. Bishop g4. I guess there's rook takes c2. Okay, Ding decides to simply take on e5. Maybe not the most testing, and he's got to watch for some perpetuals with queen d8, queen h4, by the way.
Right, and he's got bishop d4 ready to stop.
I feel like his advantage is somehow beginning to evaporate imperceptibly, bit by bit.
Yeah,
maybe it's already evaporated.
I think queens off the board would help white to hold. So I understand white offering and black declining. I think to take advantage of this kind of space advantage, you usually need like a rook or a queen, like a kind of piece that can come into a2 or c2, huh?
Yeah, so maybe those trades worked against Ding. Hikaru's gotten his queen to d8. Everything's defended for white, so I really don't see how black can even contend for anything here. Ding declining the repetition. I mean, he's not really risking.
Won't give it up. e5 can just be played.
Draw. Yeah, bishop takes g2. He takes. He saw that immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. Draw.
Okay. So that's going to be the end of the 5-minute portion. There's going to be an hour of 3-minute left, half an hour of 1 minute left. And Hikaru comes out of this with a 1-point lead, exactly as predicted by Smarter Chess.
Very Smarter Chess. Now, I have to begrudgingly admit, kind of riding a streak. And for Hikaru, this is a dream result. Like I said, I think given his opening choice, he wouldn't have minded sort of a 50-50 result. A 1-point lead going into 2 time controls where, he's like a fish in water is a dream scenario for him. Ding is going to have to, pull his own rabbit out of a hat in order to contend with Hikaru in the subsequent 2 segments. We'll see if that happens. But first, we'll let the players catch their breath, and we will do so as well. You are watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be back with a 3-minute segment in just a few minutes.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
The Puzzle Battle World Championship is back. Watch the very best puzzle specialists compete for their share of the 25K prize fund. Catch defending champion Ray Robson, GM MVL, GM Shahriar Mamedyarov, and so many more. It all goes down January 6th through 9th, starting daily at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern Time, and 6 p.m. Central European Time. You certainly do not want to miss the Puzzle Battle World Championship.
That was a familiar face there on the graphic, Danya.
I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. You mean the one on the right, the top right?
Yeah. There was somebody who you definitely didn't give their top billing to.
I can't believe they invited that person to Puzzle Battle. I didn't announce it because I was so, I think that's such a bad invite.
Right. Yeah. What's he doing there? Those who can should play, and those who can't should comment. Right. So
exactly.
What are they doing?
Well, Hikaru is playing pretty well here in the SEC. He's up a point against Liren in our second semifinal as the 3-minute portion kicks off. And I'm very curious to see how, particularly Hikaru is going to adjust his opening play. Is he going to start playing more ambitiously to try to extend this lead?
Mm-hmm.
And so far we have another very quiet opening, as staying with the white pieces in game 1.
Yeah. Nobody's touched their e-pawn with white before move 10 yet in this, this match.
Yeah, there isn't much 1e4 going on.
Not even e4 on move 7. Like it's just stuck there.
This just looks like a complete bailout. I mean, literally everything could be traded in the next 5 moves. Both bishops, the queens, and then maybe the rooks down the d file.
Mm-hmm. It's possible. One can hope. Then white plays king g2, king f3, and wins the game off of king activity.
Right, exactly. I think both players have calculated the inevitability of that.
Yeah. Puts a lot of pressure on black. Like, if you can't keep the white king off of f3, what do you do here?
Yeah,
rook fd1, perfect.
Step 1. Step 2.
Yeah.
And we're about to see step 3, although Hikaru doesn't have to take on g2. He can just play rook d8.
Yeah, but then white plays rook d1. You trade on d2, and again, like, it's hard to keep the white king off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, king f3, king e4, king e5. Very toothless game here. Yeah. And Ding will have to make stuff happen to the white pieces. I don't see him having a chance in this match without getting significant advantages, because if every white game ends in a draw, I mean, Hikaru is more than happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, I would say Ding Liren's been getting good enough positions with white and with black overall. Strategic play good, but when he's got to push Hikaru over the edge, he's got like under 20 seconds left, and Hikaru slips away. There was one game where it looked like he could maybe win without ever striking a blow, just like smother Hikaru. The game where he got the pawn on d4 as black in the opening.
Oh,
was
yeah.
Amazing.
Complete domination.
He allowed f6, and somehow it all came apart. I mean, he was up like an exchange and a pawn with a better position, and just one little chink in his king side.
Yeah, I mean, technically f6, allowing f6 was not the mistake, but he was still completely winning. But you just start to, when Hikaru does something like that against you, Hikaru punishes you immediately. Just immediately. He just senses blood. All right, you've got 10 seconds here. I'm going to just throw my pawn at you.
Here comes
and the game was going to be over. Okay.
Ultimately, I mean, Hikaru was frozen by the knight on e7, couldn't challenge the d file, so he eventually makes that trade on f3. And the pawn on e4 getting in with the way of the king. I don't know.
Yeah. His campaign to march the king all the way to black's territory has been halted.
Yeah. stalled out. It's too bad.
Rook d8 is incoming, I think, at some point. Hikaru playing b5. Very bold. And if knight d6, he's going to go rook b8, and the knight's going to be a little bit trapped on d6.
Right. Uncomfortable knight.
I guess you should go knight b2 here, just to be safe. And then maybe knight d3, knight c5.
Yeah. The least safe would be the move that I would play, which is rook d6.
Rook d6.
And then some move like rook c8, and I lose my pieces.
All right. Whoops.
Yeah. Yeah. Try to make dynamic use of the open file, right? Like before black's challenging me.
Right. Maybe a little something here for white, and Hikaru down to below a minute. Ding obviously is, like I said, an excellent technical player, and he will create problems for you in these. You know, maybe he's got a minuscule advantage in the end game, but he's got some squares. 5 square. Wait, rook takes d3. Oh my god, Hikaru had rook takes d3 and knight b4.
Yeah.
And I think black is winning here because in the end, what happens, I think, is that black can take on f4 and play g5, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's over.
Just a win.
Oh my goodness.
That's why when you're agreeing to a draw and just trying to trade off some pieces, always leave one piece on the board, because the king and pawn endings can surprise you.
Right. But that is an extremely uncharacteristic oversight. Hikaru sees that stuff automatically, and usually in less than a second.
Yeah.
So that's a big time dodged bullet by Ding, who continues now to apply pressure. He might get the knight into c5.
Yeah, maybe he can play it here while leaving the tension between the rooks.
Yeah, this is gnarly. He trades on e5 first. I still think knight c5 looks pretty powerful. Although I don't know. I guess he has reservations about something.
Yeah.
He plays it.
Finally goes for it. Oh, yeah, I can understand why he traded on e5. It's because in these positions here, he wouldn't want the e5 pawn to trade on f4, right? Because that's like his one weakness to attack. So
I guess king e4, king d6. And then you're going to see a repetition of moves as Ding gives the check on c7. Hikaru brings the king back.
Yeah.
And Hikaru very accurately here, neutralizing white's endgame advantage. So he's not going to win the game, but he's not going to lose it either.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't think Ding has any other choice. I mean, he could go 96, but that would be playing with fire. Yeah, we're going to see the repetition. And again, Hikaru wouldn't even mind 3-minute portion to end, you know, with a 50% score. Like, he wouldn't mind it too much.
Yeah.
Whoa, a3. Ding trying to create chances here. Will he play knight d3?
I would say that's mostly risk versus upside for white, because in the knight and pawn endings, that outside pawn majority is pretty scary.
So that's why he's trying to go for this one. He wants a pawn majority, outside pawn majority of his own. And on g6, I think he wants knight f8, knight d8.
Whoa. Okay, so here I feel like white's risking slightly. I
agree, because black could create a5, a4, and all of a sudden white's losing. So Ding going b4, shutting that down. But it's still, now knight b8 going after the a pawn. Hikaru goes after the d pawn, and we still see liquidation.
Woohoo! That was fun.
A very unexpected result of this game. Although it's still not over, you know, something could still happen. It's a knight endgame after all.
Yeah.
I think Hikaru's playing for a win.
Yeah, threatens knight f5.
Knight f5, king d5, king d5. No, he goes h6. But Ding can go h5 now.
h5 here. Yeah, I've played this exact kind of position out against the computer hundreds of times, Danya, and I always lose. Like, even with just 2 to 3 pawns on the two sides, locked, symmetrical.
Yeah, the thing with knight endgames is all it takes is attacking a single pawn. Knights are bad at maneuvering themselves to, you know, to defend pawns. So somehow it always seems to Hikaru, you know, the little king pilgrimage to the H file.
Yeah.
And a draw in the first game. But yeah, knight endgames are very tricky. That's the upshot. Okay, another double fianchetto.
Back to double fianchetto. He played this pretty much exclusively on Tuesday, entitled Tuesday.
Yeah, he likes this opening in important events. I think in casual blitz, he plays majority 1e4. But I noticed that in SEC matches, he actually rarely plays e4 until the bullet.
Okay.
Which is, I don't know what to say about that. I think Ding's Marshall and Berlin is a pretty good reason to avoid 1e4. That's what I think.
Yeah. Fair enough. But I mean, but Ding has had no trouble with this opening either, right?
Nope.
I mean, it's got to be said, like, did you get him out of his opening theory? Yes. Did you get him to play any bad moves in the opening? No.
No, and I mean, nothing Hikaru is doing is smacks of, ambition. I think he chose a strategy. He's adhering to it. He's getting these relatively dry positions. A lot of the games are ending in draws. And he believes that if he keeps a 1 or 2 point lead into the bullet, that's going to be, more than good enough. So, which is a completely valid way of looking at things. I think he is, as I said, the extremely heavy favorite in the bullet, but we have seen some unexpectedly good bullet performances. Even Ding has not been too shabby in the bullet. You can't beat Aronian like that.
Yeah.
A4, Hikaru striking at the queen side. Yeah, this is hard to say anything specific about this position. Black is doing fine here.
Right. I mean, the C2 pawn looks a little bit weak, so I guess the knight on C4 will cover the file. So Black would have to figure out how to deal with that.
Hikaru giving up his fianchettoed bishop, but forcing Black into an IQP. And White still has his other fianchettoed bishop. That's the great thing about a double fianchetto.
Yeah.
Maybe knight F3.
I just wouldn't have given up that bishop.
Yeah.
Would have never done
now
it.
Ding immediately opens up his own light skirt bishop.
Like, I feel like when Ding played that way, allowing the isolated queen pawn, he was thinking, well, on ED5, I'll take with my knight, and White would never take with the bishop.
Right. No, this was definitely unexpected. But you've got to be careful. White's other pieces are all essentially on optimal scores, maybe with the exception of the D2 knight, which can migrate over to F3. And, Black could end up losing the D4 pawn at some point.
Yeah. If they do, and that bishop comes out from B2, it can suddenly just completely be over.
Yeah. Ding offering a queen trade, which is accepted. Now Hikaru doesn't really have to worry quite as much about his king safety.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's the first threat to the D4 pawn.
Yep. Rook, it can be defended with rook D8. That's the only way to defend it.
Yeah.
And maybe knight FE5.
That's the pressure off C2.
Yeah. No, Hikaru's pretty comfortable here at this point. No real danger. Knight D2, knight E4 is another maneuver that could be considered.
Oh, there's F6. Yeah, I was just going to ask you if White could play knight D5 at some point to eliminate one of the defenders of D4, but too late.
That train has passed, has left the station. A5, solidifying his own pawns. Yeah, a lot of maneuvering here, a lot of back and forth. What I can see happening is either Black ends up losing the D4 pawn, which isn't necessarily a death sentence. I don't really see Ding playing for a win here, even though the eval bar seems to think that Black has the edge.
Yeah, it just feels stuck to me at the moment. So
bishop C8 maybe going to F5 and ultimately targeting C2, which is on a light square. For instance, knight F4, bishop F5. And if you take on D4, you're going to walk into bishop takes C2 or even bishop C5 here. And then once the rooks are traded, Black starts mopping up all the queenside pawns. That could get very dangerous.
Yeah.
Bishop.
So the knight maneuvers to attack D4. Bishop comes out from F8. The pawn is attacked more times than Black can defend it with that C8 bishop.
Right.
So, I mean, Ding could play bishop F5, planning to
I
take
think
on
he might
C2
have to
at the end of all the trades.
I just don't see how else he preserves the. I mean, bishop G4 forces knight E takes D4, but that works out for White, I think.
I agree. Same thing I was just looking at.
Ding going for knight E5, so he's aiming at the F3 square. So if White takes, he maybe just plays positionally, like bishop B7, and increases his control over all these weak squares in White's camp.
Well, if White takes with the... Oh, yeah. Okay.
Takes with this knight. Gosh, what's going on here? Lots of knights that are hanging. Hikaru just wants to simplify with, knight takes e5 and knight f3.
Oh, yeah.
White's
He could take on d4 a couple times here, play knight f3 check, take and go to f5 at the end.
and it's going to be mutual destruction. White's going to go bishop b6, and you're just going to take all of each other's pawns.
Yeah, everything comes off.
We might see something similar.
Oh, he did something else.
But now knight c4, I thought.
Right.
And there's going to be maybe some sort of a repetition.
Right, with the knight on a5 and bishop going to b6, knight c4. Okay.
Hikaru has found a way to preserve his extra pawn.
Uh-oh. Well, if Ding wanted to draw, the variation I said was just like shake hands.
Now, Black is totally on not risking here, given his extreme piece activity. You're going to see a trade on d2 and bail out on a draw. I think, or maybe Ding is still playing for a win. He thinks his piece activity is enough to give him some chances. Maybe it is.
That backs up what you're saying. He's looking for an outside pass pawn. The thing is, you can't really play king g4 because of bishop f6.
Yeah, and Hikaru prevents it entirely. White can't really move, but Black can't make any progress, and Ding kind of acquiesces to that.
Yeah.
Hikaru with the accurate move king e3, by the way, stopping king f4. And now the most fascinating stage of the game. A bit of a yawn-inducing couple of games here to start the 3-minute portion, but
yeah,
you kind of, again, I think Ding is the one who's got to take more risks. Again, easy for me to say that, but Hikaru is just waltzing through the 3-minute portion, getting it closer to the bullet, and not losing his lead.
Right.
Okay, Ding just took 10 seconds on the first move.
Yeah. Oh, borrows a page from Hikaru's opening book.
Another King's Indian attack, and transposing into a Catalan.
And back to the bread and butter.
Yep. Now, recently people have been playing a lot of moves other than c4 in this position. A4, c3, bishop f4. I don't know why Ding is taking this unholy amount of time to reach the mainline Catalan position. You can see Hikaru is just pre-moving, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's 30 seconds down already, and we've seen this line before. And Ding did not get anything out of the opening in that game. Like Hikaru went knight b7, rook c8, c5, and Black is doing completely fine here. I don't know what Ding is hoping for.
Well, that's probably why he was burning time in the opening, was he was trying to think, like, is there something else I can do, right? I don't want to just hurtle straight down the same.
Yeah, but I feel like he hurtled down the straight line first and then asked what to do rather than asking what to do before going for a4, which is, there's a very vast choice in this position after Black plays c6. He's down a minute. I mean, this is where it starts, right? You spend a lot of time in the opening, and then imperceptibly, even if you play as fast as your opponent in the middle game, you're off on the wrong foot.
But literally, he's in a position that he had before.
Right. No, this is unacceptable. You can't do that. Hikaru is going to burn you for this.
I mean, there's very few moves I know by heart in chess opening theory, but I know this one because it happened like 10 minutes ago.
And he played queen b1 in this position, I think. Rook e1 appealed to me as well as a different way of preparing e4, maybe queen c2.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember wondering about rook e1 last time around.
I mean, I don't know what to say. He's just thinking. Maybe take on f6. Another idea you see in the Catalan is an occasional bishop takes f6 and then maybe knight e5. Okay, he plays knight e5 immediately. Oh, the dog outside did not like that move. No. Hikaru has over 3 minutes.
Hikaru liked it. He's
and
like, sure.
I don't say this very often, David. Hikaru is up 2 minutes in a 3-minute game. Just repeat that 5 times.
2 minutes in a 3-minute game. 2 minutes in a 3-minute game. So
that's a lot of time.
300% of Ding's time here.
Right, exactly.
It's about to get worse.
More. He might actually be up 3 minutes in the 3-minute game if he continues to play instantly.
That's true. It's. I mean, you got to unlock new accomplishments now and then.
I think Ding needs to bail out ASAP and basically make a draw, which is exactly what he's doing. He's going to temporarily win a pawn. You know, DC5 is going to happen, but I think Hikaru is going to surround it with his pieces and ultimately pick it up.
Yeah, White's rooks are not in position to do anything about this.
Nope. 94. Oh no, 94 doesn't work. We're seeing it. Yeah, I mean, knight b3, for example, is one way to do it. And Hikaru could even take on c5 first and then bring his queen back second and pick up the knight.
Yeah. Also, knight b3, queen f5 looks very nice. Threatening queen d5 check.
Still up 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ding trying to find a way to cling to that pawn. I think Ding understands that he can draw this position with a very limited time.
Yeah.
And he doesn't find anything. Yep, there's queen f5.
Yeah.
Queen f4. Queen
yeah.
d5, queen f3 is the idea. He's not blundering his knight.
Now, black could trade queens and take on c5.
Yep.
That's
Absolutely.
very, very safe. But Hikaru's probably tempted by Ding's flag here. I'm thinking he's very tempted by Ding's flag. He's like, is there some way?
You see him, thinking about that. All right, maybe. I don't think so. You
like,
kind of see those.
Come on, man. There's nothing I can do. He's
Right,
basically
I'm
like
flag
he's
him.
basically waving a red flag in front of a bull, right?
Right. Oh, that's an old school technique. Sometimes when your opponent has found a perpetual check, you basically wait until it's a very risky technique, but you drop down to 5 seconds and then you tempt him into making a losing move, but avoiding the repetition. So you bank on, you think you might have enough time to win the game.
Yeah. Now confirm this for me, Danya, about the setup. Can the players see each other's cameras?
I'm pretty sure they can. Yeah, I'm 99% sure they can. I think we've asked Anish that before, and he said they can.
Yeah. So Hikaru's really giving Ding a lot to look at.
Right. Well, yeah, it's like playing him over the board.
You've got 20 seconds. You're getting ready for like a mad rush at the end of the game. And the other guy's got 3 minutes. So he just like makes you watch like a little like facial monologue for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the most draws we've seen in an SEC match. It's going to be another one. And yeah, I mean, despite White's damaged pawn structure, it doesn't matter. Everything's defended.
The accuracy is just off the charts here, I think.
Oh, yeah.
In these games, like the centipawn loss per move has got to be really minimal.
Well, but partially, yeah, because they're going for these simplified positions. And the chess.com insights page has this interesting pattern where games in the smooth shape tend to be higher accuracy. And that's not really surprising when you think about it, because these kinds of games enter into that category where both players play well and they play a simplified position. And Hikaru wins significantly more of them, which is also unsurprising because he gets so many of them. He's so good in equal positions. That was one of our insights.
I just had like a uh-oh moment for Hikaru for a second as he was heading towards pretty much the worst opening he's had all day today. Was in this opening here. He played c4 before e3 last time. Ding played d4 and well, Hikaru won the game. But other than that, it was like Hikaru's worst experience, I think, so far. So here he played e3 instead.
Yeah.
And he's just chilling in a bad Grunfeld as White.
Yeah, objectively, he's definitely worse here. It's interesting. He's seeking out, like you said, these bad reverse Grunfelds.
Yeah.
His opening choice
better than the other one. It's an improvement. It's an improvement.
Right. Yeah, this is luxurious compared to the other one.
Yeah.
This is like a 5-star hotel. But I mean, how does he again, he's got the problem of not having moves. Like if you go c4, Ding presumably answers with d4. So Hikaru trying to trade some pieces, bishop a3, c5, and e4, carving out the c4 square for his knight.
Making a square, that's unpleasant for black's structure.
Indeed.
Although it's still a lot of space.
And c3, chipping away at black's pawn chain.
I mean, there's even a big question about d3 here, right? And Ding says, yeah.
For sure.
Forces f3 because you don't want to let that bishop get into e2. And
h5.
He pokes there with knight h5 coming after h4.
Yeah, this is Hikaru is seeking these positions out with White. Another problem is that White can't really get the knight to d5 that quickly because he's going to have to reckon with the move d2.
Yeah, that would hurt a little. You're like, I'm going to put knight on a good square. d2. Oh, yeah.
Right. Whoops. Well, you're going to get your knight to d5 at least. That's going to be the consolation. I think Hikaru might be preparing that, by the way.
You wanted Ding to play a bit more like aggressively and seek for some more aggressive chances. How do you feel about this game? Like he made
I was just thinking about
d3.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about. I was going to praise him for the way he's played this game. He has gone straight after Hikaru in the opening. He's taking no prisoners. But like you said, can he finish these games off? He has left, quite a few points on the table already. And this is another example of a position that he should be able to win if he's accurate.
Oh yeah, this position.
Especially after this last move. Why is it so bad? I guess bishop f4 and just get the queen around to h4 maybe.
Yeah, probably with trade and rook d8 first to take the file.
Yeah, but now Hikaru's going to go rook d1 and start simplifying. I guess
yeah.
Ding wants to put his rook on d4, but
right.
Then Hikaru can play bishop
always
e2.
slip away. Like they're always not quite enough.
Right. I mean, I would contemplate taking and still going queen e7. Hikaru might go bishop b2 here. Let's see.
The knight's covering checkmate on h2, so I don't even yet have like a plan for winning here.
Well, I mean,
it's some version of bishop h3, knight g5, and going after f3.
It is a lot of moves, though, and it's time for Hikaru to throw some water onto the fire. He goes bishop c1.
Here comes.
And Ding ignores him. White is still in terrible shape here, no doubt about it.
I guess if he played bishop b2, Ding wouldn't have cared. He would have just left the rook on d4. So Hikaru's like, why even attack the rook if I'm not really going to take that exchange?
Well, Hikaru, let's just say, has not done a lot to prevent Black's winning setup. I think we're going to see knight g5 and we're going to see bishop h3, and Ding's just deciding on the order in which to play them.
All right.
Look at White's position. Just look at it.
Do you make any micro predictions? Do you think that Ding is going to win this game? I
would be absolutely shocked. This would be one of the great SEC comeback, individual game comebacks.
Yeah.
Nihal is up on that list with a couple of his games, and so is Hikaru, of course. I've lost more winning positions to Hikaru, I'll put it that way. Ding is also better than me at converting advantages and at everything else. So rook takes d1 and bishop h3 is one approach, although you have to deal with a check on d8. Ding's not giving this game up. Yeah, this is also, look at just leaving the rook on d4. I don't care.
Yeah. No, I assumed that the rook was being left. I don't think any of his time was spent on that. It was just he was figuring bishop h3 or knight h3.
White is so white. I mean, even Hikaru can't do anything here. This is just bust. I mean, white is just busted. Rook d3, bishop takes f1. Bishop takes f1 is basically a threat. Yeah. G2 is a threat. This is resignable.
When it comes to squeezing a space advantage, there's nothing better than when like the king is at the end of the space, right? Like when you come down to the first rank, it's their king sitting there all by itself.
Hikaru just did this variation on the hand waving, the Magnus hand waving. It was just kind of sat back and just, no, get this away from me.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Kasparov did that too.
Ding levels the match.
Yeah, it's tied. It's 6.5, 6.5. This is probably the most, the longest somebody has stayed with Hikaru so far in the SEC. Of course, as you said, this is just the beginning. You can't get up and say, I've made it, because you have the bullet coming up.
Yeah.
I think Ding has to deliver with the white pieces here. Let's see. It's a very popular Queen's Gambit line. It was very fashionable maybe 2-3 years ago. Not as much now.
Yeah. Hikaru is very good at this line as well. I mean, it seems like he's very, very well prepared with Black. Like he's just so comfortable playing the defensive moves, required neither player getting any opening advantages with White.
And b5, what a bold move. And what does he want against b takes c5? Maybe rook b1, and nope. I guess it's not that. I guess we're about to find out. He takes on c5. Maybe he wants to take on c6 and go knight a4. Anyways, Hikaru plays cb. Okay, what rook b1, knight d4. A lot of possible moves here. I guess that wasn't the proper way, but he wants to win an exchange. He wants to take on b5 and go knight c7 to the fork.
But he's playing down a pawn for sure. I mean, Black's going to take on c5 here.
Yep.
And then he's going to get a pawn back on b5.
Yeah, and that's going to be the problem after rook a6, which you basically have to play. White delivers a fork on c7. Hikaru taking pretty deep think here, trying to find a way to stop that.
Right.
This is quite concerning. Of course, White is also threatening c6 with a fork.
Yeah. Wow.
Difficult moment for Hikaru.
Yeah. Ding is bringing something, and Hikaru's looking around for the answer.
Bishop takes c5 is ultimately what he settles on. And I was thinking at some point he can play the move pawn to e5 to slice the bishop's control of the c7 square So something like knight b5, e5, and after knight takes a7, e takes f4, he's going to take on e3 and start just basically destroying white's pawn cover. I actually think that's a pretty serious problem. It might necessitate Ding taking with the other knight. I don't know how that impacts this sequence. I guess the knight on d4 will act as a shield against the bishop's wrath.
But then you're just forked and black recaptures on a7.
Yeah, but the thing is, after e5, maybe you can play bishop takes e5.
Okay.
And then bishop takes d4, and you get a mass liquidation, which results in a material imbalance. We'll cross that bridge if we get there.
Yeah. First, let Ding
cross the bridge.
Figure out what he thinks the bridge is.
He is hesitating before crossing it. You know, it's funny. Hikaru's handle on ICC for many years was Capilano Bridge, which I think is a bridge in Vancouver where Hikaru used to live. It's one of those suspended bridges that, you know, you kind of have to, whatever your religious sign is, you do it before crossing it.
Oh, yeah. I would never go across those movie bridges. Those exist in real life.
Oh, yeah. I actually visited with some friends a couple months ago, Grandfather Mountain, and it's in North Carolina. It's in the Appalachian Mountains. And there was one of those bridges that was just completely transparent. It was swinging. Oh. And there were people standing there taking selfies, you know, talking about the meaning of life. I was like, I ran across it and I was just prayed the entire way.
But you did cross it.
I did cross it. Yeah, I crossed it twice there in the back. I felt like I had to. I mean, my friends seemed completely unconcerned.
Yeah, I don't care about my friends being unconcerned. I'm
right,
not
exactly.
That bridge.
In the meantime,
I'm not going to be the one.
So they went down that knight c takes b5, but instead of going e5, Hikaru took the knight, forcing Ding away from. I mean, he had a fork here, but I guess there's knight c6 or rook a1 or something like that. Anyways.
Wow.
Now, Hikaru has avoided the worst of this, I think, and he now has a big time advantage.
He's keeping the extra pawn. Keeping the extra pawn for now.
Rook c1. Ding has clear compensation in the form of piece activity, knight b5s, maybe knight c6, go after the a pawn. I don't know.
But he's got 30 seconds. I feel like your compensation can kind of slip away when you're low on time.
For sure.
If Hikaru can find the right time to play e5, you know, then you can be in trouble.
Right. He plays e5 there, forcing the bishop back.
Then we're going to get queen b8, a4 is fine. I don't know. Black is still a bit awkward.
Yeah, white wants also queen c2 and infiltrate the 8th rank. Hikaru down to a minute himself.
Mm-hmm.
This is like standing on the bridge if you're black here.
Okay.
a4. Oh, so he stops white from going a4. Now the knight is a little bit less anchored.
Oh man, I'm giving him X lamps for that. That was nice.
But Ding's still preserving, for the moment, domination. Maybe rook b8.
Right.
But then you lose a4.
Yeah, he knew he was going to just have to come back passively with rook a8, but he just knew he couldn't let that knight be defended.
Yeah.
Which would just anchor white's whole position.
It was a good decision, but he's struggling to follow it up. G5. What a bold move, weakening the king, but getting the bishop away from h4. And Ding activates his queen.
Ding's coming in.
Knight d6. There's maybe rook b6. 20 seconds for Ding as he drops back to c3, hitting the d5 pawn.
Yikes. Queen e6.
Maybe queen e6, defending everything. Although I guess then white will take a4. Except a4, yep.
The double exclam pawn on a4 is now.
Whoa! What a move. Queen takes c6, you play knight e7 check and pick up the queen.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of that, though, black's going to go either rook b3 or rook b1, rook c1.
Yes.
And you're going to be in trouble.
And Hikaru spotted it, of course.
Instantly. And if rook, he sees everything. Rook c8, there's knight b6. You're going to lose the knight.
Probably.
Uh-oh. Ding with 5 seconds. How do you save the knight? f3, knight. Oof. You have to take on b8 and give up the exchange.
Mm-hmm. And then bishop e5 covers rook c3 as well, at least.
Still some danger for black. There's pins galore.
Yep.
White has good drawing chances here, but can Ding save this with 2 seconds?
Wow, he gives the f7 pawn and he doesn't take it.
He wants the a pawn. That's the pawn White has to capture. Hikaru's like, nope. And then maybe Hikaru can try to get his knight somewhere a little bit more active. Knight f8, knight e6, something like that. Yep, knight b8, knight c6.
Situation's desperate for white. I mean,
yeah, I don't see Ding saving this in the long run. This
well,
is like that endgame with a rook and
pawn,
pawns.
the pawn you can get rather than the pawn you want but can't get.
Okay, so he's gotten the a pawn, which is the good news. The bad news for white is that there's been a trade of minor pieces. Can Hikaru win this endgame? King f5? I think you can play king f5 here.
King f5.
He's got no time. He's got 2 seconds. He wants knight d6 and then knight f5 and then going after the h pawn. Good pre-move.
Yeah.
But Hikaru will play rook f4, I think.
Yep.
Oh, king e6. He's just taking all of black's pawns. Amazing technique by Ding.
Wow, with 2 seconds on the clock, Ding is making Hikaru shake his head.
Yeah, now actually black can be in a little bit of danger here.
Yeah.
g4, h6. I mean, it's anybody's game.
Oh my goodness. The knight's covering both squares the king would need to like go after those pawns.
Yeah,
so
king g8 is a nice move. Hikaru can play king.
Threatening
knight d6.
and
He
he
blundered
allows
knight d6. Hikaru blundered it. He had to take the pawn on d7 and give his g pawn for the h pawn. How does Ding win this? Oh my god! That Ding blunders it away. I didn't see a win.
I didn't see it either.
I think he had to play queen d7. Queen d7 setting up a discovery, and I think the game's going to end in a draw after all. This is going to be saved by Ding. This is a very easy endgame to draw.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, what a crazy turn now. Let me very quickly...
man.
Let me open that game. I don't think Hikaru saw knight d6, but oh my goodness, what a position. Ding has no checks. And what he had to do, David, is go queen d7. That was the move.
But how did you even find that 10 seconds later?
Well, it's just because I solved a lot of studies like this. And the point is that you give the discovery.
Yeah.
There's mate here. And here you have to work a little bit harder. But
knight f7,
I mean, there's knight f7, knight g5. And if king g8, then there's queen e8 and queen h8 mate. I'm pretty sure that that was the technique. But how hard is that to find in 2 seconds? Long story short, it's a draw. And the match is tied at 7 apiece as we go into our mid-segment break, David. This match has... somebody's added some Tabasco sauce here because
loving those end games.
Absolutely. These games have been so interesting. The match has been close, seatbelts fastened. We're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, we will have the second part of the 3-minute portion. You're watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be right back. holiday season is fast approaching. You certainly don't want to miss your chance to stock up with some new chess.com merch. Head on over to go.chess.com/merch and check out some nifty sweatshirts and all manner of clothing, so you can be all ready to display your chess.com swag in front of your family at the New Year gathering. David, we hope the whole family is gathered around the computer screen to watch this SCC semifinal, because it has been an epic one thus far. The score is 7-7. We got 30 minutes of 3+1 left.
Yeah. 30 minutes 3+1, and then 30 minutes of 1+1. So half an hour left here for Liren to try and get a little advantage before he goes into the bullet, where Hikaru is a scary bullet figure in the world. So
yep, just a tad. And the smarter chess prediction gave a 2-point advantage to Hikaru in the 3+1. So far, that's not really bearing out, but I can see where that prediction's coming from. But it is also predicting a 6.5, 2.5, 1+1 score, which is not very reassuring for Ding fans.
Right.
He has to have at least a 2-point lead. That was what I said kind of before the match. I stand by that. Ding needs a very, very strong finish to the 3+1 segment.
Yeah, Smarter Chess was dead on about the 5-minute section, 5-4. But at the moment, Ding has good chances to beat the prediction for the 3-1 section. Although, you only get so many chances against Hikaru. That nearly impossible to find study-like win just now. Maybe that's the kind of thing you need to find with 2 seconds on your clock again and again if you want to get a lead against Hikaru.
It would be crazy if Hikaru actually saw knight d6 and went for that line consciously and found it in 1 second. That would be an interesting question to ask of him. The thing is, I would rule that out with anybody else, but with Hikaru, I actually could see him finding that.
Having seen that. Wow. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the game's about to begin. And let me see if I can pull that up.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Like they should already be playing here.
Yep, we have another one of these Nimzo Indian-y kind of structures. This time Hikaru has positioned his pawns on b4 and d4.
Yeah, exactly what you said last time around in this position. Pawn on b4, and he's not going to be allowing c5, c4 for Ding here. Another difference is his bishop's on g2. That other game with this structure, White's bishop was on d3.
Well, I think Hikaru has fianchettoed his bishops in virtually every game.
Yeah, almost all of them. Oh, here's another frisky move.
Yeah, I like it. That's the kind of style I want to see Ding playing in.
Yeah. Well, now, I mean, he's just going to trade and play h4 here, right? Or
one would imagine h4 immediately. So he's not worried about Hikaru taking, because his pawn on e4 is kind of going to clog up the center. And then he can put a bishop on d5.
Yeah, I mean, it allows White to play d5 and open up the b2 bishop, but I suppose he doesn't think White's ready to sack a pawn with d5, and he just rushes forward with the h-pawn. Hikaru knight d2 to f3 when Ding obviously wanted to play h4 is not good news.
And now the h file has opened. Now the question, it's up for grabs. Can Black get a rook to h8 quickly? He could. The classic plan is g6, king g7, rook h8.
Yeah.
There are issues with that plan though, because your king's going to be in the I cannot draw this arrow in the path of the diagonal. White can park the knight on e5. So
yeah,
I don't think it's as simple as it may seem here.
Yeah, you might want to play f6 here first and then work on that plan. But Ding says, have e5. I've got a plan.
Right. Wow. Rook h6. That's how he chooses to get the rook to the eighth rank, or to the h file rather.
Yeah. So he's saying that, even with the knight on e5, even with the weakness on c6, there is not concretely a way for Hikaru to open up any part of the center here. That's his claim.
Hikaru going bishop f3. I think he was preparing king g2. Rook h1. Now he's basically saying, okay, I'm going back, but you can't go rook h6 because f5 is going to hang. And another repetition is Ding going to go for it. A minute down on the clock. I think he probably will. No, he won't. He waited for me to say that.
Yeah. I was thinking he's not going to take that repetition. Hikaru's like, gut checking him, saying like, do we just make a bunch of draws? And Ding has to say, I think I'm better.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that the time in the 3-minute segment is dwindling. I think Ding understands that if there's a time to take risks, then it is now.
Yeah.
And, if Hikaru plays King G2, then Knight G5 might be a lot more harder to deal with because you can't drop the bishop back on this diagonal. And if you bring it back to E2, well, then Ding's going to take on E5 and go D4 check with pretty devastating consequences. He's gone King G2, though. He's gone King G2. Let's see if Ding ends up playing Knight G5 or maybe even taking on E5 first. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
And I wonder what Hikaru's plan here, because taking on F5 looks a little bit too brazen.
C6 here. He didn't try it. He tried something else. I was thinking Knight C6 might have dealt with the problem by attacking
Wait a second.
E5 and the queen.
I think Ding can take on E5. I think Ding could have taken on E5 and met bishop takes D5 with queen F7. I also think he's made another great move. Hikaru's position is totally falling apart here because Ding is threatening to take, and then go D4 check and win White's queen.
Yeah.
This is a winning
Also,
position
he's threatening to bring the rook on A8, into the game and then do that thing. Like White's quite tied up here as far as being able to move out of the way of this. Maybe, how bad is it if you retreat the knight? Since the knight is the way that Black opens the bishop on B7. Like if you play Knight D3.
The problem might not even be Knight takes F3. It might be Rook H2 check.
Right. And then Queen H6 before taking the bishop. Maybe.
Or even taking the bishop and Queen E4. I think there's multiple paths here.
Okay.
Hikaru has gone Knight D3. I think Rook H2 check ends the game. Now Ding has to see these moves. He plays F4 instead, which is also crushing, I think.
That has a pretty good threat.
Yep, that does seem pretty snazzy as well.
Rook H1.
Yeah, then takes F3. Hikaru just resigns.
Wow.
I mean, there are no moves there. You're getting crushed.
Yeah.
And Ding Liren jumping out to a 1-point lead with 20 minutes left in the 3+1.
That game was crushing. And I wonder if Black has a plus score in this match. Like White has gotten really not good positions in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. Because Hikaru just hasn't played very ambitiously. Ding has played his main repertoire, but as you've said, Hikaru has been extremely well prepared against Ding's main suite of openings. And this time, Ding going for C6. I think he either looked this up during the break or he's just improving on it in his mind. Wait, is Ding
C6 this time?
Is this how he played last time? I guess it is.
He's just going to go Knight D4, Knight B5.
But somehow this is different.
It's sort of transposing. Last game, he'd played Knight D4, Bishop C5, Knight B5.
No, but look, but the eval bar here is very much in White's favor.
Yeah.
And something about this position is different. Maybe not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's see how Ding plays from this position.
Yeah, it is different. He didn't play C6. He played Knight D4. Black took on C5 with the bishop. Then he took on B5.
Right. Oh, okay. So that was the difference. Yeah. Black.
So C6 was an improvement that he came up with.
Yeah, but here's the problem. If Black plays E5, then Knight takes 8, Rook takes 8, and Knight F5, counterattacking the bishop, at least, or Knight C6 there.
Or even Knight C6.
Hikaru is shaken here, and he's in big trouble in this game as well. Rook B1 is also a problem.
Yeah. And the smarter chess odds predictions right above the players' heads that you all can see right now are suddenly, I mean, that's how close the match is, that this one game has got these two bars sort of just suddenly coming straight close to 50-50 from a match which was generally favored almost 75-25 for Hikaru before the match started. That one crushing win with Black. And Hikaru shaking his head here as the queen almost trapped by Knight B5. Both rooks attacked. It's a position where it's hard not to resign even. And that's what he chooses to do. He plays a move and then just resigns before Ding can eat up all the rooks. And here's our first E4 of the match. Hikaru feels some pressure and goes for a change, switches things up. He has been getting very bad positions with White, so I think this might be worth doing here. I mean, overall, he's playing great. I just think the positions with White out of the opening are not good. Ding Liren to a 2-point lead, and the odds prediction, finally we see the purple line crossing the yellow line for the first time all day today. All right. So looking at the position that we've got out of the opening, is Hikaru's position better than with the other openings he's used? Yes. He's got the C6 square for a knight. He's got a queen on F3, which is going to cover the whole board pretty nicely. And this position is much more interesting to play for white, I think, than some of the other ones he's had.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very old school line. It's been around for a while, this A4, D4 stuff. And there's a clear upside and downside to this. The upside is that white has this, amazing knight on C6. The downside, and now Hikaru has an extra pawn. This pawn on F4 is sticking out like a sore thumb. White's king is going to be permanently a little bit weak in these positions.
Mm-hmm.
And
the F4 pawn is a little bit yucky.
And as is the D5 pawn, now Ding is threatening A5.
Right. And so if white plays knight C6, the plan is to just take on D5. So white needs to support that structure. C4 could be played, but it leaves B2 really, really weak, right? Since the bishop on F6 can't be blocked off anymore and rook B8 is coming.
Right. And Ding is playing so confidently. He's playing faster now. He senses the moment.
Yeah.
And he needs to strike as many times as he can in these last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And blow this lead up.
I mean, if he could win 3 or 4 games in a row here, closing out the 3-1 section, just like bam, 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 bam.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You rarely see that in one of Hikaru's matches.
Yeah.
And one idea here would be to go rook B8, induce C6, and then go knight C5 and head for B3.
Okay.
This is exactly what he does.
Oh, man.
Okay. What to do now, though? Hikaru brings his queen back, defending the B3 square and keeping the defense of the D5 pawn.
Yeah. Black needs another lever to pull, but I don't see it. He decides to just prevent bishop E3 for the moment to slow down Hikaru's untangling. But
now that walks right into G4.
That
was a terrible move. Ding blundered that. And I think even takes in G5 would trap the bishop.
Trapped?
And that's the deflating thing about playing Hikaru. You feel like you just mounted the run of your life and you're up 1 point.
Yeah.
Okay, this is also very good. The knight's coming back to C6, then B4. Black is getting steamrolled here. Nope. He went for the safer, but perhaps simpler option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is pretty safe. I mean, here, like the knight on B4 is just doing everything it needs to, right? It's like fighting successfully against 3 black pieces on the queen.
Unbelievable. Totally limiting everything. And now it's rightful reward is to emerge back on C6. Ding trying desperately to change the course of the match. Maybe he'll throw in a check on D4, which Hikaru blundered. And
so what is the right move for Hikaru there?
That's a great question. I think it was G takes F6
to just take
and then
it
some
and then
sort
play
of
queen D1.
G4, knight C6. It's just a hard move to play. Like all of a sudden to realize that you need to sack the exchange. Now Ding has tremendous activity. Now wait a second, this one's not over. Ding might pull a rabbit out of the hat for once.
Yeah, he was so close to winning the game safely, so to speak, for white, and now.
Ding has just been so good in the openings. You rarely see him in a bad position, which is why he hasn't had a chance even to come back.
Yeah.
Now let's see if he can complete it. Knight D3.
I think he needs the E file here. He agrees.
And basically knight takes C5 or DC5. Both moves are possible here.
Yeah. Knight takes C5, bishop E3, knight E4. Trying to isolate that D5 pawn. And if white plays rook D1, you've got queen B2. So it's not easy for white to defend everything here because like A5, D5, B2, like there's so many different loose spots.
What worries me about Ding is that once you get into the bullet, he's just not going to be able to take this amount of time in critical moments.
Yeah.
Will he be able to adapt to playing intuitively? And look at it, queen B5, not moving the knight, aiming for the E2 square.
Yeah.
He's dominating this game as well. Bishop E3, now knight E4.
Queen B3 is the idea here for black.
But what if rook E1? And then black's going to have back rank problems. Knight E4, bishop D4.
Yeah.
Black is going to have, that was a very impulsive move by Ding.
Knight A4.
And if you take on C3, there's going to be something like bishop F2. And here's the problem. At the very end of this line, white is going to break through with B5 and win the game with a passed A pawn. And I think Ding just completely underestimated that. Can he wiggle his way out of this?
He's just like running out of time in response too.
No, I don't see him. I think queen D3 is such a tempting move, but it allows rook E1, creating a standoff between the rooks, and that favors white. Yeah, Ding with a few too many mistakes this game.
Oof. Yeah, and I see why my knight a4 move doesn't work. White just plays bishop f2, and after queen's trade, the rook on e8's hanging, so we can't get the c pawn.
Yep, Ding down to 10 seconds. He does take on c3, and I think we are precisely going to see bishop f2. An endgame and a breakthrough with b5 is going to win Hikaru the game.
Yeah.
I mean, even after knight d3, you could play b5. You could pre-move b5. Ding might try knight d7, knight b8.
Yeah.
Oh, Hikaru
So
playing bishop
Hikaru
f2
goes for
first.
bishop to a7.
Oh, the point is b5. Yeah, knight b8, bishop a7. Very, very precise.
Yeah.
Not giving Ding any additional chances, and a big, big win for Nakamura here.
That was a nice one. Just what he needed. Just what he needed there. We'll see
And
if he plays
B6,
e4 again after that.
A lot more adventurous in the opening already. And I really think he's trying to turn this match around before the bullet. He doesn't want, he doesn't want to even think about having to undo a lead as they get into the bullet. And this is transposed into a Queen's Indian with Ding playing a3. That's definitely a very popular line, and g6 with the double fianchetto now with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Queen c2 and e4, the most ambitious kind of weapon by Ding, who claims the entire center with his pawns.
Yeah. I mean, I love this position for white, especially after e5, d5, blocking out that bishop on b7. And, well, basically King's Indian now, Danya, where black has played
b6. Bishop, yeah.
b6 is fairly rare. And even if you play b6, you never play bishop b7. But
yeah, that's even rare.
But other than that, it's super close to just being a King's Indian, which Hikaru is a fantastic player of.
Exactly. And that was at one point in his over the board career, that was one of his main weapons. Now c6 you see even more rarely than that. It gives white the d5 score. No question that Ding is better here. But these structures can be very hard, once again, to deliver the crushing blow. You're better, you have a space advantage, but how do you actually proceed?
Yeah. Yeah, and Hikaru is just going to be like very, very comfortable. He's going to know very, very easily what he wants to do. So
H3, rook
be able
d8,
to keep
black
him very
has
fast.
Yeah, knight f8, knight e6, rook ac8. Black's play is quite straightforward. That is a paradox of these positions where black is worse, but one could say black has an easier job making moves, which is why you often want to go for these lines of blitz.
Yeah. Yes. Sometimes a position that's kind of restricted, you only have one piece you can move, so it's very easy to move it.
Knight d5, queen e8, just keeping the tension. He doesn't really mind this knight on d5. Let's see whether Ding can increase the pressure. I like b5. He wants to play a4 and a5 and create big problems on black's queen side, although he does give away the c5 square.
Yeah, and there is a knight coming there in a moment.
Yep. Now, how will Hikaru deal with this?
Well, it doesn't look like there's any move that stops a5 right now. a5 is going to come in time before the knight comes to c5. And now if knight c5, the pawn on b6 would be hanging.
Yeah, everything is hanging. a4, there's knight a5. This is very nasty.
Did he just choose knight b3 over bishop takes a7?
Yeah, he did. You might be asking why.
Huge opportunity to turn the b pawn into a pass.
Well, I think he's going to take both of them. If he doesn't take a7 now, I'm going to be shocked. He does.
Yeah, okay.
And again, he's crushing.
Just looked ahead that he would get everything.
How does he untangle his queen side piece? Does he even need to untangle his queen side piece? Or does he just say, all right, I'm pushing. Full steam ahead.
And leave the bishop on a7.
Yeah, Hikaru's chosen a very tricky defensive approach. He's given away both pawns, but it's almost like he's trapped white's minor pieces on the queen side, where they don't really have a lot of prospect. Ding trying to get a knight to c6. Hikaru could try to beat him to the punch with knight d4. He does.
Yeah.
Will we see an exchange? No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. It would let G7 out too.
Oh yeah, no, I categorically against that. Bishop takes C5.
If this is what he wanted to do, this was better last move, I think, without knight b4. I think that Ding's hesitating about what to do.
Yeah, he's trading a bunch of pieces. I don't really know who that favors entirely. Technically, white should still be winning by a margin here, but we all know that doesn't mean very much when you're playing Hikaru.
Wow.
One more game after this one is very likely.
Yeah.
With 6 minutes remaining, and 2 very important games. Very, very important. If Hikaru can tie the match, he'll be thrilled. If Ding can open up a 2 or 3 point lead, that's really all that he can ask for. That positions him pretty well going into the bullet.
Yeah.
Man, I'm looking forward to this bullet sec. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens.
Yeah. It's going to be so much more exciting with Ding having maybe a 1 point lead.
It really is. Now, can Ding finish the effort off? Hikaru has found a way to activate that King's Indian bishop, but it has come at the cost of another pawn.
Yep. 2 pawns, huge pressure on f2. Ding hesitating a long time about which way to take there.
Takes with the e-pawn, ultimately opening up a channel of negotiations between the rooks. And I don't know who benefits if all rooks are traded, because guess what? Black has this incredible blockade on both of white's extra pawns.
It is a good question. If you just took all the rooks off the board, would the queen be enough to win a position which would be a dead draw with just bishops?
Yeah, if the queens are traded, even with 2 extra pawns, as many people know, that doesn't really mean anything in obviously colored bishop endgames. I'm inclined to say that Hikaru is going to hold this position. I just don't see how Ding makes progress. If he can't play b6, and Hikaru will make sure of that, then I don't see it.
Well, he's looking to play the middle game on the king side. Like, the bishop's been committed to the blockade, and now he wants to go attack on the king side. I think he's thinking of like g4 right now.
And I think he should play it. The eval bar hated queen a8.
Yeah.
I think, g4 rook a2 was the idea. Ding infiltrating to f6 first.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if rook a2, he wants rook f4. Maybe g4 now. Just go g4, start the attack.
Yeah, I mean, black can hardly move. Like on queen g7, you just go to the 8th rank. So
yep, and rook a2 probably has to be played at this point, but then simply rook f4.
Mm-hmm.
And h5 is coming. And your king side, bishop takes g6 is a massive threat.
That's the huge threat. So queen g7 might be forced now. Then you
maybe queen e8.
Play queen e7.
Yeah, queen g7. I agree. Check. Maybe queen f8 in that position, but then there's a trade and bishop takes g6 comes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I see this happening for Hikaru. This might be another win for Ding. And he just almost effortlessly managed to create. No, bishop takes g6.
Oh, bishop g6 is just
g6.
winning. There's queen e6 check.
Has to, that. And why did he do this?
No. He could have played on g6 without bringing the king to defend g6.
The worst version of the endgame. That's this terrible, terrible transition now. And Hikaru is going to win the f2 pawn and make a draw. That's shocking.
That was outrageous.
Now, what was queen takes g7? You could just take the pawn immediately.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, that's a
below IM level.
Blown opportunity. And this was a pivotal moment because he could have jumped up 2 point, guaranteed himself a lead going to the bullet. Now, Hikaru draws this game. He gets a white game in the last one. If he wins it, you don't have anything to show for it. Now, wait a second. Still a little tricky, but no, it's a draw.
That was another one of the most amazing not wins that I've seen.
A botched brilliancy. Ding completely outplaying Hikaru in that game, basically from the opening. And as it stands, and Hikaru might even want to wipe the rest of the time off of the match clock here and say, I'm happy with a 1 point deficit. Yeah. Or maybe Ding wants to do that. I don't know. Okay, anyways, they make a draw. And this is a crucial game.
And here comes the last 3 minute game.
Absolutely crucial. It's a Rai Lopez. Hikaru has switched to e4.
Back to e4.
And Ding playing Hikaru's weapon, playing the Berlin.
He's got a 100% score with 1e4 so far in this match. But most of all, some of those double fianchetto positions he got were, I mean, like actively bad. Like really.
And I don't see him doing that in the bullet. Like I don't ever see Hikaru playing that passively in the bullet.
The last straw was that game where Ding played h5, h4.
That was just
lifted the rook.
Okay, so Hikaru is generally on the black side of these positions with the move d5. Here he's on the white side. It's very symmetrical. It's really often a battle of maneuvers and squares. You know, white tries to get the knight to f5 and black tries to get his knight to f4 sometimes. It's a pretty slow moving game.
Yeah. And apparently there was some controversy recently about whether the knight on c6 is slightly bad or not in these positions. C
whether
takes
he's playing
b4. Interesting.
Opening the c file. Yeah, that is a slightly unconventional recapture away from the center, but you can see why he's done it.
Oh yeah, the bishop on b2 and the rook on c1 are
Black?
both celebrating that decision.
Black is uncomfortable here. Black is seriously uncomfortable. I mean, you can't really go knight b8. You give up. Maybe you can, but you have to deal with knight takes c5.
Yeah.
If you don't, white wants to take on c6. If you play bishop d7, you let the other knight get into the game.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. Well, at least bishop d7 maybe threatens knight takes b4, so it's not so simple. Yeah, somehow you need to overprotect e5 and untangle one of these. The knights are both actually struggling right now. Okay, he goes for bishop d7.
I guess knight c4, there's knight takes b4, so you can't do that immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hikaru definitely with an edge out of the opening. He might have to move his bishop back. Yep, there it is.
Okay, clearing the way for knight c4, ramping up pressure.
Knight d4 looks like an interesting try to change up the position, because there's even some bishop a4 ideas in the end of that line, which could help black a little bit.
And that's exactly the kind of thing black needs is the right moment to play something like that. And Ding seizes it. Bravo.
Yep, love knight d4. And bishop a4 intermezzo. Wow. He plays it right off the bat. Hikaru
You can
didn't like
see
that.
every blow that lands on Hikaru.
It's like physically painful. Oh, oof.
Yeah.
Ouch. Now, why can't he take with a rook on d4? Maybe he can. I don't see off the top of my head what Ding has in mind. I guess we'll find out.
There could be bishop takes
bishop
b3,
bishop
queen
h3.
b3, bishop h2, king h2, rook d4, knight d4, queen e5.
Oh, amazing find. Amazing find. Let me show that on the board. Rook, if rook takes d4, then he takes one knight, takes the pawn on h2, takes the rook, and then at the end forks the knight, the king. That might be one of the options. Hikaru playing e5.
E5. This
Bishop
is what I was
takes e5,
wondering
rook
about
e1,
too. And then bishop takes
sacrifices
rook
the pawn.
e1.
Yeah, how does black untangle himself from the pin?
Well, black's got a number of moves to look at here, from like queen e6 to d3.
d7 makes sense. I mean, defending the bishop. Hikaru brings his own bishop back.
Just defends it. Okay. So now you'd
Maybe
expect queen f6.
He plays it. Now he can move the bishop away. He can play bishop f4 and knight e5, for example, if he wants.
Yeah.
Knight b6 also is an idea. Hunting white's bishop.
A little tempo on c1. Overprotects b3.
That's not a move you make if you really like your position. I like knight b6. I feel like that's a little more ambitious than knight e5. I think you should play it. You could also go c6 and try to go b5.
Yeah.
C6,
I was looking at c5 here.
Right. And if knight takes c5?
Yeah. Doesn't quite.
Yeah, you go to b6. It goes every different than anything we recommended. Like not quite the same move. It's like a cross between our two moves.
Yeah. So now white's got to take on d4 probably before he plays c5. Or that's
if he plays c5.
Like, what does Ding have in mind on knight d4?
If knight f d4, he has knight e5. If knight b takes d4, he might have still knight e5.
Might have still knight e5. Yeah.
Hikaru plays bishop b5. Kind of a weird game. Ding is definitely better here. But he's got 30 seconds.
Got 30 seconds. He's
been here figure it out.
I don't know if he's ever won the game when he was this low on time.
Knight f8 is a nice move. Laying down the wood here. He wants the knight back on e6.
Yeah.
Where it's going to fully support the d4 pawn. He's going to keep his extra pawn here. Hikaru trying to create counterplay with his own pass pawn. d3.
Oh.
I think
all that time to protect the pawn on d4, and then it just goes.
Yeah, and then it's just shot forward. Yeah, I guess he wants his queen to infiltrate c3, which Hikaru
does not.
Which Hikaru thwarts with his last move, and it's on d2. where it's like
Oh
the
my
least
goodness.
defended.
That pawn went really far, really fast. Ding's playing
Okay,
it very
rook e6.
dynamically. I don't know how you make these calculations with 20 seconds on your clock.
It's served him very well. His intuition is so good. He's very, very accurate. Hikaru takes the pawn. Was it a poison pawn? I guess we're about to find out. Queen e2.
So rook's double is the idea, and then queen has to come huddle up.
Where does it go? Queen
Can't
C2,
allow queen
queen
c3,
E2.
I think. So it'll go to c2. Oh, but then there's knight d4.
But the thing is,
knight
because
d4.
a6, which Ding had calculated, bishop takes d2 was played out of a cannon. He gives up the bishop, but he's going to take the a pawn. He's still going to be a pawn up at the end. What a
He's not even
crazy
holding on
transformation.
d2. He's just cleaning up the a pawn.
Right. Now he's got winning chances, but
Yeah.
I mean, Hikaru's probably not unhappy with this type of position, which he can definitely defend.
Yeah. He's
H4,
yeah, great
G3.
defense. Wow. Active
30,
queen.
30 seconds for Nakamura. He goes
Yeah.
G3, creating Luft.
Tough position.
Yeah, they're going to transition into an endgame, and this is really hard to defend.
I feel like in classical, black would be closer to a win than white to a draw.
For sure. Knight e6. Yeah, knight endgame down a pawn. Ugh. Ding's going to get his own king into the center. Can he win this crucial game and go up by 2 going into the bullet?
Nice, careful move, c6. I like it. I've
You
practiced
could
this
play
endgame against the computer a lot too, and I never win it. But at
off
least
a
I don't
pawn, yeah.
always lose.
Because I feel like it's so easy to create a passer at the wrong moment, like at the worst moment when your opponent easily wins it. So like, don't go c5
Knight
here.
d5 is an idea.
Oh, he's going to take on b4. Oh, if Hikaru had defended that with his knight, he would have taken on b4 anyway and forced a pawn endgame. Ding is making big progress here.
Yeah, this is
Did
going
enough.
very well for black so
Knight
far.
coming to d4. Hikaru positioning his own knight to deliver maximum checks.
Yeah, the famous repetition.
Pawn trade is on
Good for
the
Hikaru.
deck
Good
here.
enough.
Hikaru holding him back for the time being. You might even put a king on b4.
Yeah.
This is so close to a win and so close to a draw at the same time.
Yeah. One
It's
slip from
impossible to
either
say how
player
this is
away.
going to end. Hikaru's doing a great job so far. Ding has not made progress in a while. He's got to get his knight to a different square.
Yeah.
More checks. Uh-oh. King d6. It's going to be a repetition. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, he can back up.
But king centralizes. Knight
Oh,
comes to
no.
d5, but it's not going to help.
Yeah.
I don't see the Ding really winning this now.
Now I do
Let's
again.
see.
Now I do again.
Yeah,
I don't know
now
why
he's
the
got
knight
the
went back to
b-pawn.
f2.
Well, it went back to f2 to win the black's pawns. And that's not going to cut it. Now knight f2 and king e4.
Yeah.
No, Hikaru is like unbeatable in these positions. Like he will never make any obvious mistakes.
Amazing.
Knight takes g4. Knight takes g4.
Yeah, double checks.
Yep, triple checks. And there
Yeah.
it is.
If b3, knight e5, b2, knight c4 check, that's what.
Big save for Hikaru. And he can deal with a 1-point deficit because he can wipe that out in the very first game with a bullet. Still, this is the closest we've seen a Hikaru match in a long time. All props to Ding for an excellently conducted 3-minute session. He jumps out to a 1-point lead, David. This is going to come down literally to the wire, to the last segment. Well, we're going to let the players prepare for this bullet segment. Do not go anywhere. Cancel your evening plans. You will
Switch
not want
from
to miss
their-
these 30 minutes.
Switch
We will
from
be
their
back.
fast mouse to their really fast mouse.
Indeed. We'll let the players do that. You're watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be back with a bullet in a few.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Welcome back to the SCC. Make sure to check out your own insights at chess.com/insights. Let's revisit the insights from the Ding Hikaru match that we talked about in the beginning. Ding with a slightly higher accuracy over Nakamura. That has borne out so far in the match. Hikaru with a much higher win percentage in the end game. I think we might see some of that in the bullet as time scrambles are going to become more common. And David Hikaru wins significantly more smooth games. But I think Ding is such a great technical player that some of these even games have not necessarily gone Hikaru's way so far in the match.
No, but what I was just thinking during the break, Danya, was I was wondering in my head, like, has Ding won an end game yet today? He's had a lot of good positions, but the games that I remember him winning were almost all like he managed to land a knockout blow in the middle game. I can't think of an end game that he converted to a win right now.
Yeah, I think Hikaru could probably write a book on defending pawn down endgames. That's like a very specific category where Hikaru seems to be virtually unbeatable. And we saw that play out in the last game where Ding had excellent winning chances in this knight endgame. And here we go. The bullet has begun. And I think a lot is going to be revealed in the first couple of games. We're going to see if Ding can adapt speed-wise.
Yeah.
We're going to see if Hikaru just dominates, which is definitely a possibility. But Ding has been, you know, a lot of people haven't expected him to hang with Hikaru like this. And let's not forget, he's already won 2 SEC matches, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Hikaru is varying his opening. He's putting a rook on c8 to deal with his b5, c6 breakthrough right away. So he's not repeating something that Ding is familiar with from the 3-minute portion.
It looks like they're playing 10-second chess with the speed. They both have over a minute.
Yeah. Great speed from Ding. And I think the first question is just like, how many games will it take for Ding to win his first bullet game? Like if he wins his first bullet game within, like, let's say 2 games, that's going to tell him that, you know, he can win this match.
Yeah. A lot of players, when they face Hikaru, they just get blown out the first 2 or 3 games. And then they just, it's not that they tilt per se, it's just that they lose confidence. They think, yeah, this guy's a bullet beast. There's just no way I'm winning a single game. And the match spirals out of control. So it's very important to start off on a good note. Okay, so far I think Ding has the position he wants. He's better. That pawn on c6 is a permanent weakness, which White can try to attack, and he's getting his knight around to d3.
And he played so fast that he got to take a deep think about the knight trade on e4.
Yeah, but how is he going to make progress? That I really don't see. And the position is so locked up. The black queen on b7 is supervising the pawn on c6. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah.
Although a draw is not the end of the world, of course.
No, a draw is no problem. I mean, if you don't see a way to win, rather go queen a3, queen a2, queen
knight
a3
f4
really quickly and not risk anything.
Yeah, but knight f4 just wins a pawn, and another oversight by Ding. That is really basic. You've got to see the 2 hanging pawns.
Jeez.
He's leaving those types of moves on the table.
Still hanging, aren't they?
I just don't understand. Back to g1?
What? Neither player.
I mean, it takes him knight f4.
Yeah.
Now knight a5, I think, or queen a5. He's got to make some aggressive moves here. There it is.
Yeah. Okay. So now he's probably threatening queen b6 because that b pawn would be so awkward for White's knights.
Oh yeah, I just don't see a way to defend against queen b6. In fact,
yeah, there's no pieces over there for Hikaru.
This is horrible for Black, and Black is losing. This might be the first endgame Ding wins. If the knight from f7 moves to d8,
yeah,
then White's knight immediately swoops into e5. I would imagine. No,
right.
Ding playing queen b6. I don't know if I like that move. Knight a5.
Put a knight on e5. Put a knight on e5. Oh,
well,
this
I think
looks
it's
good
coming.
enough.
Knight c5, and he's going to force Hikaru to give up a piece, or not? Is Hikaru going to hold this?
Oh my God! H4. That means he's holding it. What is going on?
H4 is a bad sign. That means you're trying to open up a second flank.
Yeah, I mean,
but how is he actually going to make that happen?
Just can't push Hikaru over the edge.
Amazing.
Impossible.
And somehow Hikaru stopped the pawn, which I thought was impossible.
Yeah.
And I think, well, it's not over yet. Ding can try g4. You can try to keep breaking through. But I don't see
mean,
it. Ooh.
It looked like it
G4,
was
there it
gone
is.
for a moment. G4,
Absolutely.
whoa, everything.
Now, wait, if knight d3, knight e5 becomes a serious possibility.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the knight could have gone to begin with.
Yeah, but now knight c4. Yeah, Hikaru is playing this perfectly, by the way.
Wow.
He has not given Ding a single chance. And here comes the knight back from d3. I think he's going around to e5.
Why?
This bullet game has already taken 4 minutes off the clock.
Oh, why?
Yeah, why?
That'll still be
That
just
I
one
can't-
piece of
Wait a
attacking
second.
C6.
96, Hikaru's given up the G pawn. Why did he go to B7 with his king? That was this very surprising decision. Now Ding is winning again. I think Hikaru just forgot about the G pawn.
I'll believe it when he wins an endgame. I'll believe once he wins one endgame.
There goes another pawn. He's up 2 pawns. This is
pawns is a lot.
completely winning.
Oh, it looks
you can just
super.
Oh, I don't like G6. Well, he let Black blockade him. Knight, he should throw in knight G4 maybe. He just walks his king around. Where is he going? How is he going to get there?
I don't know. I can't keep track of it. It's too many knights for me.
Making progress, and Hikaru's still not giving up. Oh, Ding gave up a pawn, but okay, knight G4, knight F6. Knight E5.
It looks like he may have won.
And knight D4 still not over. And now it's finally over, and Ding wins the first bullet game.
He wins a bullet game, and he wins an end game,
and 5 minutes off the match clock.
And you got to believe that there's a chance for Ding to actually win this entire match.
There is absolutely a chance. I think he played very fast in the opening. His time management was exquisite. He never really went down below 10 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing this like a bullet pro. And I think it's a lot of it is confidence. I honestly think Ding is sensing that this match is, I wouldn't say up for grabs, but he's sensing that he can do it. He's up by 2. Yeah. And he continues to play very fast here in the opening.
Yeah, he's just not feeling that invulnerability.
Yep.
From Hikaru.
Which Hikaru is so good at producing. Like he makes you feel like you're not going to win a game.
Yeah.
And as you said, when you break the seal this early, the facts kind of fly in the face of that.
So, I mean, everybody's enjoying this except Hikaru. Everybody else, even Hikaru fans, like to see like a close match, like to see him challenged. I think a lot of them.
But not on the worst side of a close match. They like to see Hikaru up by 1 or 2.
Oh, it's more exciting for them to see him like make a comeback here in bullet.
That is
like a
definitely true
challenge.
As well. And again, I think they've got a complicated King's Indian attack. I don't think White is better. White's got the pressure on A5. And Hikaru's got 20 seconds extra. I feel like that's going to cost Ding in the long run. The position remains very complex. Okay.
Yeah.
What does Black do?
We'll
How does
see.
Black improve?
The first step for Ding was to win 1 bullet game, as we said. The next step is going to be he's going to have to withstand Hikaru winning a game at some point, right? Because Hikaru is going to win some games here in the bullet section.
Hikaru is going to win some games.
He's going to have to maintain his confidence that he got from winning, even when he loses some of these.
Well, this time management is not going to cut it. He's got 15 seconds. Although the last game, he proved me wrong. He's been very, very good with 10 or 15 seconds on his clock. And he's adopted that strategy of just going back and forth. He's not shy about that. He said, all right, Hikaru, show me how you're going to improve.
Right.
Yep, there we go. Bishop E7, Bishop F8. Hikaru is eventually going to probably play G4 or C4 or something.
Yeah.
Ding has gotten himself 20 seconds with this type of strategy. Now Bishop E4. Takes on E1. Now he's going to lose A5, probably, although he's clinging to it.
Yeah,
and he's got his rook to A6. Now it's not that easy to win, although Hikaru breaks through.
Oh, he's just going to push past it.
He's going to push past it, but now Hikaru has blockaded it and is going to probably win it with knight C3 at some point.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, and he's allowed C5, and now the knight's going to come to D4. Hikaru, really good presence of mind. Now B5. Nice.
Oh man, all the black pieces are struggling now.
D5 is crushing, I think. Oh wait, no, B5, CB, C6, Queen B6. Maybe it's not so simple. Hikaru preparing it with Queen C3.
Yeah.
And he's going to take A4 also. No, this is over. Probably now B5 is good. No, he prepares it.
3. Yeah.
He wants to put black in a box.
With it. No risk, right? Just come around, put the bishop on
Take
A4.
The pawn. He does not want to botch this game. He wants to make sure that this is a full point. Ding is doing his best. I mean, he's not giving this away easily. He's getting a blockade going. Now, if you take everything and take C6, you might allow a nasty check on A2. So Hikaru hesitating here, going bishop A4. How is he going to break through? Now it's his turn. Wait, takes A1, takes B4. He blundered the B pawn.
Yeah.
And Ding
For a
didn't take
second,
it. Instead,
but now he got
blundered his
C6.
C1.
But now he got
gotta see
C6.
those
It all paid off.
opportunities. And a B5, and he's going to win. That was a huge blunder in the middle there. Hikaru just letting Ding take his B pawn. He doesn't take it, and now it's over.
Yeah, just
And
for
the
1 second. But he did have Ding under 5 seconds. I mean, it's hard. Like, you're not expecting like a mistake like that, right? It's hard to react in that amount of time.
No, but 5 seconds is enough to not pre-move and still react to a move. So I think he's going to be kicking himself once he discovers this. In any case, it's back down to a 1-point lead. And again, Hikaru repeating that semi-King's Indian line. This time he does it through a King's Indian move order. Last time he was doing it through a Queen's Indian move order.
Right. Last time it was like an oops. This time it's like, no, I meant it.
Right. No, but Ding is so good at breaking these structures now. And he's already breaking through on the Queen side.
Yeah.
Let's see how he manages to keep up the pressure here.
Yeah.
This is a very important game.
Move.
I think if Hikaru ties the match, then the confidence, the momentum completely switches.
Yeah. Yeah. He's going to have to play B5 to stop knight C4. I was thinking of A4 for Ding on the previous move, but he isn't worried
now
about
he allows
letting Hikaru
A4.
do this.
Now he allows A4, and maybe Ding will have a sacrifice on B5. There's a common sack on B5 in these positions, and there it is.
There it is. Got to do it.
And he's going to mop up Black's entire queen side. He's going to have 3 connected passers.
Oh, doesn't want that one?
He wants C6. He's not threatening to take either of Hikaru's pieces.
No, but he's avoiding a blockading move bishop C6 from Hikaru.
And rook C1 is coming, and then he is going to be threatening stuff. Takes and bishop B5 looks really good. And then knight C4. Takes B5 and knight C4. I mean, I feel like
this is also the chance to take on A4 and then push B5 and on the bishop like that. He could play knight C4 and take on D7.
Yep, I like that approach. Maybe some of his advantage evaporates, but now he has a risk-free position. Knight D6 is an idea. Ooh, where does white go?
Oh, yeah, the rook's got a job. Oh, there's a back rank mate, though.
Knight C6. Yeah, there is a back rank mate, but now knight E7 is a huge threat. Hikaru is hanging by a thread here. H4 Ding creates lift and style. Knight F6 is a nice move. Getting the knight out of the crosshairs of the rook.
Yeah. E4 needs to be covered.
15
and the queen
seconds
needs to get out of the
again.
way of the A pawn.
Can Hikaru pull this one out in a very, very concerning position? If Ding wins this,
it's possible.
He's up by 2 again with 18 minutes remaining. Queen G4, Hikaru, this is what he does. He creates counterplay against his opponent's king. And in time pressure, knight H5, and he's going to start surrounding white's king all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Ding is pushing his pawn. All right, can it get to A7? It can't get there fast enough. Hikaru cooking up his own counterplay. Bishop H6, uh-oh. It's going to be problems for white. Ding might have to go king F2.
Yeah, and then queen H4 will come.
Hikaru is completely in control here.
Does he dare go to D3?
He does. Very gutsy move. And actually, black doesn't have a check on D8.
Yeah, he's got the knight covering it.
Queen F4 was a mistake. Hikaru underestimating that move. Now Ding has his pawn on A7.
Yeah.
But can he back to E3?
Yeah,
back
the king can head back to F2 now.
Now he wants rook B8. But can he dodge king F2? And rook B8 is coming. He's going to make a second queen. He can make a queen right now and win the game immediately. You should just make a queen here. Takes on F8.
Queen B4.
Oh, that is.
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger. Oh my goodness. And Ding is back up by 2. Just a exquisite technical effort, walking his king out of what seemed to be at the very least a perpetual check. And I think Hikaru was under that impression as well.
We've got a match and a bullet match, and I don't know who's going to win the match. So.
Right. It is impossible to say.
Yeah. So it's actually a question mark in the players' heads here.
And for the first time in definitely this season, Hikaru he's in serious danger of losing, and he's in a position where he really can't afford to lose this game. I mean, when you get down by 3 with 15 minutes left, we've seen those kinds of comebacks, but they become exponentially more difficult.
Yeah.
I like what he's doing here. Love what he's doing, actually. G4, he's not castling. He's leaving the king side for an attack. But Ding is responding. Interesting. Bishop D4, you can't really take that and open the E file.
Yeah. So the original match plan is sort of like out the window now for Hikaru.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's improvising here now.
I think what Hikaru was expecting is, he would be up by 1 or by 2, and then he just sort of amble through the bullet. He was not expecting to be down by 2. And you can see him playing much sharper openings. He's succeeding with white, but so far he's been really struggling with black, even in the bullet.
Yeah. And I don't like this position here at all with the random pawn on G4. I would slam it back on G2 if I were allowed to.
I don't know. I kind of do. I like the fact that he's got the 2 bishops, and I think it's very hard to handle a center like this. Now he's going to put the knight on D4, and I feel like this is the kind of position he wants, he wants to get into. He has tons of threats. I think he's going to win this game.
Okay. Oh, yeah, F7 suddenly being lasered. If the rook defends it, there's bishop D6 coming. For the moment, yeah, he needs the queen on D2 defended to go for bishop D6.
When he's comfortable, he has the initiative. He's not letting this one go. Rook D4. Yeah. Oh, bishop C7. That is a dagger.
What a move. Ding reacts.
What a move.
Feels that one.
Ding can bleed some clock here if he wants to, with 15 minutes left. I mean, that's plenty of time. You can't really play the clock at this point.
No. All he needs to do is like recover for next game here, because I saw that one like hit him. He was just
boom. And Hikaru, that's partially what makes him so dangerous in bullet is he sees these with 100%, sees everything. He sees them with 100% accuracy. And Ding, yeah, he can sit for another 20 seconds. I think that's what he's going to do. Hikaru pre-moving his way into mate, and Ding was going to sit this one out, which is totally valid, as we often discuss. This is part of the strategy. He's up by 1. He wants as little time on the match clock as possible, because then he knows he scores 1 win that could end the match, and anything can happen in any one individual game.
Yeah. And taking that time also gives him a chance to recover from the game. So now we have to see how he handles this one.
Yeah, he mentally resets, and it's actually a very smart strategy. Very smart strategy. Take some deep breaths. Okay, put this game behind you. He has his king on F1 already. He could castle by hand with G3, King G2, which is what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And another one of these structures, which has been not very kind to Hikaru, one should say, even in the bullet.
Yeah, this time with the bishop on E7, which certainly doesn't like improve it or anything.
Nope. Now the bishop is on E7 rather than G7. I guess the one way it does maybe improve it is that in the event of a trade on C6, the bishop would have guarded the D pawn. Now I love what Hikaru has. B5, B4.
Oh, yeah.
This is about as good as these positions get, which is not that good, but still.
Right. Yeah, I think that bishop A6 was a nice spot. Seeing that coming.
Knight G4, he's going to force Ding to give up his bishop. No, this is looking great for Hikaru.
Yeah.
Now let's see what happens. Can he equalize the match score, or will Ding strike again? F5 is mighty tempting in these
I know. I was thinking that bishop was stopping F5. Are you sure that you want to move it?
Bishop C8. I think we all know what Hikaru is preparing. There it is.
Yeah.
And he's got 57 seconds. This one is, I wouldn't say in the toilet for Ding, but it's not looking good.
No, it's not. His position's a little bit raggedy here, and facing the bishop pair.
Queen H5, there will be H3. So there's nothing decisive just yet.
Yeah.
Knight F6, Hikaru brings the knight back. Now I would take that in a heartbeat.
Just a technical move.
He probably wants, no, he doesn't want GF. Okay.
Oh, aggressive intentions. Very
Indeed.
Aggressive.
Although Ding defending the H pile and creating an anchor point for his knight on G5.
Wow, it looks like he wants to play knight G5 himself there with the way he's positioning those rooks.
Now he plays bishop C4. I didn't really like that move.
Well, King H8 was threatening queen takes D5, I think.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that pawn was hanging. I didn't even notice that.
It hadn't been before, so it was sort of like a...
Ding pushing the queen away.
Yeah, but now there's no knight G5, so he's
now Hikaru's aiming at G4. This is a Monka-esque position for white. There's so many things that could fall apart here.
Yeah.
Hikaru keeps getting him to push his pawns.
Yeah.
11 minutes. Don't blink.
What's the breakthrough though? Rook h6 to keep h7. You see Hikaru just refusing to make any like commitments with the pawn structure.
Well, I think it would make sense for Hikaru here to just secure the draw, and he's been doing so well with white. There's plenty of time in the match. But let's see. I mean, this could turn for either side.
Yeah,
it's hard to say.
Yeah. With opposite colored bishops, as long as there's some pieces on the board, these attacks can just whip up.
Hikaru is going for a g6, and Ding maybe should have taken. Now he opens the g-file. Black's going to benefit from that. Although Ding's going to get his rook to c2 real fast. Yeah, like immediate. Oh, but now a4 comes striking on the other side. Oh, this is falling apart completely for white.
Yeah, this.
And now with the other side, boom,
getting
boom,
slices
boom.
from both sides.
Yeah, he is. You can just see it in the way Hikaru is moving. And now rook a7. One move on one side, one move on the other. Rook a1, rook takes b1 and queen g2. Rook b1, rook takes b1 and queen g2. Or immediately. Oh, Hikaru is going to tie the match.
And
it's all tied.
He didn't need any of his 20 seconds to calculate that. He just queen g2.
Both rooks. Boom, boom. Ding with one last attempt at a perpetual. Hikaru is going to find a way. Queen a8, queen g8 even.
Yikes. Man, once he had his opportunity, it's like he just knew everything you have to do. A4, rook g8, rook a8, rook a2, queen g2. Oh, man.
I would think that Hikaru's going to win this game. If he wins the next game, I think he wins the match. Ding has to find it in himself to turn the tables with Black. That's the only way, because Hikaru's about to take off. He wins this game, and then there will only be 2 more chances, and I just don't see him giving up. If he gets a lead, I don't see him giving it up. Bishop f4 was mate, by the way.
Yeah, what's with this weird king march, like down a rook, and they're like still
Ding
sort of
has
playing
made this relatively close. It's still completely lost, but amazing. He's taking more time off the clock, although I don't know who that favors. And it's okay. He's gonna. Oh, not gonna flag yet.
But like Hikaru could have like taken the queen or checkmate.
Yeah, Hikaru had many ways to win faster. Maybe they're both just setting the stage for a photo finish.
They're just like, let's let it come down to the last second or something.
Well, it's come down to the last 9.5 minutes. That's how long remains in the match. The score is tied at 12 apiece. Here we go. Nakamura with another Rai Lopez. I think the switch to e4 has been a very smart one. Hikaru has gotten great positions in these Rai Lopez's. And Ding with an Archangel this time.
Wow. The match is as exciting as the previous semifinal, Danya.
Amazing. And it is. Yeah, and that one, it came down to the wire. Wesley pulled away at the very end.
Yeah.
Let's see who pulls away here. Hikaru with another nice position out of the opening. And I really not sure I like the way Ding is handling these. Although this is, okay, I'm surprised Hikaru took with a pawn on d5.
Mm-hmm.
Now I think Black has f5, Black has knight f4. This is fine for Black. This is totally fine for Black.
Yeah, he grabs space, but actually Black neutralizes it easily with the very same move Hikaru used last game.
Yeah, this is a little bit shoddy for White. Knight f4 could come at some point. Bishop g4.
Yeah.
Black's got kingside play, that's for sure. White does have the a file though, so don't fall asleep on that.
Right. And Black has to time it right, because if Black goes knight f4, they always have to look at d4 for White in response.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's true. Undermining the knight. Queen h4. So Ding slides in with this queen. Hikaru offering a queen trade.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't take it. Queen h5. Definitely Black wants to keep the queens on the board. No doubt about it. Knight f4. It's a big threat now because knight e2 is gonna bother White.
Yeah, knight f4 is getting
Hikaru
better.
Sidestepping it. So far, nothing impossible to say. This is such a tense position.
Right. I'm surprised that Ding hasn't lifted the rook yet.
This is like a big, yeah, exactly. He has to wait for you to say it, and then he's got to do it.
Yeah.
In the meantime, he keeps assembling pieces on the king side. Rook g6. The other rook could come to f8. Hikaru lunging forward with g4. Now knight e4. Rook takes g4. Rook takes g4. That's a winning endgame for Black. He's going to win 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This is more. Hikaru's in mortal danger in this game. Bishop takes h3.
Well, Ding followed your advice and won the game.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's won yet though. 26 seconds. Hikaru's going to find a way to make this complicated. Let's see. I don't see how rook g4, rook g2. I mean, everything's falling here. Ding just has to play fast. He's down to 20 seconds. Maybe bishop g2 was winning as well.
This is really good too, because now if the king ever crosses to like f2, you just attack the rook with your bishop, and it's.
And Hikaru resigns. He feels that he has no chances in this game. 6 minutes 50. 1 point lead for Ding. He wins a game with Black. Can you believe that?
Yeah. And I think we're already seeing sort of a semi-strategic resignation by Hikaru there, just to get the next game going, like based on match clock. If there weren't like a match clock issue, like he still has some chances there. He just thought they weren't big enough.
And what he feels is that, he doesn't want a situation where if he loses this game, he wants to guarantee himself another chance. So if he loses this game and there's 5 minutes left in the match clock, you could play 2 more games. And again, if the game starts and there's 2 seconds left on the match clock, the game counts.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have another one of these closed positions. Ding this time castling queenside, which I really like.
Yeah, he just gave Hikaru a totally different strategic flavor.
No, but this is like bad for Black. C5 is coming, and Black might get checkmated on the queenside. Queen B4.
Yeah.
This is right up Ding's alley. Queen A4 is a very nice move in response.
Yeah.
Knight E7, Hikaru finding a way to get his pieces out. No, Black now looks a lot better than he did like 3 moves ago.
Yeah. I want another rook lift, but I don't see it yet. So
C6, very committal. He's going to try to blast through the queen side here.
Wow.
What if BC and D5? No, King A8, Hikaru sidestepping. The trouble. 5.5 remaining in the match. Ding with 25 seconds. He takes the knight. This looks like it could go either way. Knight C5.
The C6 pawn looks like it's already gone.
It is. The only thing in White's favor here is Black's king is still very, very unsafe. But yeah, this is looking really... F4 is a nice move because E4, there will be knight takes E4.
Oh, he needed that.
And if knight G6, then knight D5. So Hikaru finding a very nice response. Rook GD8.
Fantastic move. Oh my goodness.
Really is. Queen G5, but Ding.
He's going after him. Oh. Wow. Ding is
defending everything.
Ding is finding the moves that like still make it controversial.
Oh, yeah. No, and Black probably has the upper hand here up upon, but Ding is playing this so well to keep this close. 4.5 remaining now. Hikaru clinging to his extra pawn. Will he go Queen C5? Can he find counterplay against Black's king? That's going to be the question here. Queen C6. Hikaru trying to stabilize. Ding doubling. Hikaru dropping. Knight A4, getting the knight to C5.
Wow,
and
this is still just
C7.
a complete mess.
Whoops, that did not happen. Uh-oh.
There's Queen F3 if you step off.
He's trying to get his rook to... He wants checkmate.
Yeah.
Hikaru down to 20 seconds himself.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to be playing Rook A3 pretty soon.
And Queen A6.
Yeah.
And this might be close to winning. Rook D3. Queen G8. He can take it and go knight E6. Uh-oh. He goes Rook D1. He didn't see knight A6, but he's
Finds a different thing. He's just going so fast.
No, he had to go knight E6. That was winning in the spot. He still has a huge attack. Can he convert it? 3.5 left in the match. He pushes his A pawn up the wood. Black is still in huge trouble. Huge
Bring it all the way up to A6 to take away the squares.
No trade. Rook D4. Hikaru can try to activate himself. Oh, I love what Hikaru just did there. Got the D file. Now he's got a position from which we can try to trade queens. Knight B7. Oh my goodness.
B7.
What a...
Hikaru does not snap up the queen trade, but thinks for 4 seconds.
For a long time. He's got 5 seconds. Knight D6. You might see a repetition of moves with knight B5. Yeah. I think Ding has to go for it. Hikaru deciding. I think Hikaru's going to repeat. No, he doesn't. He goes for it.
Goes for it.
What a decision. B4. Knight E6.
What a gamble.
Knight F7 Ding has to play. Ding cannot allow knight D4. Rook C1 check, and now Hikaru's going to play knight D4. No, Ding doesn't allow it.
Yeah.
What a crazy endgame. Rook D2. Both sides going after each other's pawns. 1 second for Ding. Hikaru's going to trade rooks. What's going on here? King E4.
No. Hikaru's got to be like more or less lost here.
Yeah, but it's A5. He's got the A pawn. I think he's in a practical game. This is a draw.
Okay.
In fact, Ding, Ding has to push those pawns of his pretty darn fast because Hikaru's going to get some chances soon. Uh-oh, knight D5. Now Ding is struggling here. Hikaru has a chance here to win this. Oh,
yeah.
Knight E3 is a great move. Back to C4. Ding wants to give his pawn away for Hikaru's knight. 2 minutes remaining. The next one might be the last. 1 second.
Oh,
How is Hikaru even pushing here? It's a draw by repetition.
Unbelievable that Ding held that.
If Ding holds this one, he might win the match. 2 minutes remaining. This is likely to be the last game. Oh my goodness. Hikaru with the white pieces, though. He's played very well in the bullet with white.
He needs to win just to force
overtime
knockout.
And for Ding, if Ding feels that he's losing, bleeding out the clock and Forcing a tiebreaker might be the way to go.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Can Hikaru win on demand to tie the match? Ding is doing well in the opening so far. Very solid. Here comes Hikaru with G4 again, as in the last game.
Okay.
I like this approach. In a bullet game, this knight G3 plan is a simple plan, and it's an attacking plan.
Okay.
And Ding getting his pieces to the center. Rook A8 is likely coming.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Everybody's in the chat. G5, Hikaru going full steam ahead, opening up Black's king side. Rook E6 defending the knight. Hikaru playing King G2. Knight's coming to F5. Rook's coming to G1.
Rook's coming to G1. Ding's trying to lift his rook and get it to G6 somehow, but the rook on D8's in the way of that. Bishop
Knight F5 looks really nice here.
Yeah.
Hikaru's position looks great.
Yeah, that wasn't what Ding wanted, that knight F5 on Bishop E7.
Knight H5 looked good here. Ding trying to discharge the tension. 58 seconds left.
Yeah.
In the match, this is
trade on E4 and play Queen D3 to get out of the middle game.
But look at how Ding retooled his pieces and got his king relatively safe there. He does exactly what you said.
Yeah, checkmates the queen.
Hikaru is not better in this endgame. He has to win an equal endgame to avoid losing the SEC semifinal. Ding has 30 seconds, though. Hikaru's got the full minute on his clock. He's got 30 seconds to the good.
Yeah, that's because Hikaru wants to keep open the option of maybe even playing another game, right? Like
Indeed,
he literally uses 0 seconds, but
very, very smart by Hikaru. He realizes, yeah, the end game is equal, but he has a minute. Ding with 20 seconds. He's running his H1 up the board. He still wants to weaken Black's king. Ding with 15 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Ding is really slowed down here suddenly.
He's slowed down, and I don't see him holding this if he has to be very precise. Hikaru wants knight F5 in this position.
Yeah.
Ding getting his bishop to a good square. Hikaru getting his knight to F5. This is officially going to be the last game. If Hikaru wins this, they go to overtime.
Yeah.
If Ding draws this, he wins the match.
It's over. Ding would go to the finals.
But this is very concerning for Black. Now Hikaru can start doubling on the G file. He's got 50 seconds to play this endgame.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
How do you use the 50 seconds in a situation like this?
Well, everybody's holding their breath. Oh, Hikaru's got to be
think?
very careful not to repeat it 3 times by accident.
Yeah.
Don't play knight H4 here.
I think that last endgame, the knight endgame, was drawn by repetition by accident. Like
H1 Ding. Yeah, it definitely was. And Hikaru taking no chances here. Doubling now on the H file. That bishop on H6 is so vulnerable. How is Ding going to hold everything together? He's got 5 seconds. He's got no time. He's got 5 seconds. He's got to play instantly.
Sack an exchange here.
Whoa, bishop C1. It was a mouse
slip. He was going to D2.
Oh, it was going to D2, but it was still bad. Rook H7 check would have been terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hikaru saves the match with a win in the last game. And we're going to overtime. We're going to the tiebreaker. It'll be 4 1+1 games. Oh my goodness. And Ding is sitting back and he can't believe it. And Hikaru wins one of the clutchest games of his online career, but now he's got to follow it up with a dominating performance in the tiebreaker, David. Wow.
Oh my gosh. It's the match that everybody wanted. That is fantastic what he has just done. And we need to figure out we need to refresh everyone's knowledge of the tiebreak format, right? Since that's what's about to come up. Basically, they're going to play a 4-game match of 1+1.
That's it. 4 1+1 match, and and if it ends in a tie, then they're going to Armageddon. But again, we haven't had any Armageddons yet. We have had one playoff. This is our second one. Oh, and we got another Queen's Gambit declined.
Seen this line.
Okay.
Seen this line a couple times.
Yeah, Ding has done well in these positions.
I think
he needs to put that game behind him.
I think he's got a very good score. Yeah, just in this particular.
Well, he's been playing these for many years. Actually, he's got a great handle on the ideas. Hikaru seems to be the aggressor here as he plays knight E4, offering a trade, and he's going to get the other knight to D5.
And in the past, Ding's always avoided the trade, but here with the rook on A3, I didn't see any way not to make the trade.
Yeah, so. He was basically forced into it, and I like the idea for Hikaru of just getting the knight to D5. This seems easier to play for Black.
Yeah.
And Ding has to be careful not to just collapse, right? Just lose the first game, and then before you know it, you're facing a deficit. He has to, in my eyes, he has to win this game.
Yeah, but he needs to do something right immediately right here in this position before knight F6 D5 comes in.
Like Hikaru puts a knight on D5, and you've got a 30-second deficit again. You're not holding that.
Like, can he play B5 here? I mean, he's thinking hard. I mean, this is like a deep, deep think.
Bishop back to G3 is not a good sign. He just hasn't found anything convincing, and he's burned 30 seconds to try and find it.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
rook
no good.
b3,
The knight on
adopting
C2
a
is awkward.
completely defensive posture. And again, you don't even have the time advantage to show for it.
Yeah.
b5 looks good here, just shutting the knight down.
Yep.
Rook a4, rook a8. I mean, black's play is so easy.
Wow, fantastic position for Hikaru right here.
Knight c3. I mean,
And-
Ding is still very solid, of course.
Yeah, but he really just caught Ding out with rook a3, knight e4 there, and
Yeah.
got exactly what he wants. Ding leaves
Okay,
b4 hanging.
Yeah, that b4 pawn is the concerning pawn for white. If you lose that pawn, you lose the game. Hikaru might play f5 at some point to take his mind off of the e pawn. Okay.
15 seconds for Ding to hold on to this one, which is not like looking good at all.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can get the rook straighted, I think you'll be okay. Hikaru can't really get the bishop in any way to attack the b pawn.
Right. I guess I'm thinking queen a2 here to trade queens, go to the rook ending, play e5, and bring the king to c4.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, and he's definitely going to play e5. I love that idea.
Yeah.
And he's not letting this opportunity slip. He's going to try everything he can. Ding trying to get his own king closer to the queen side. And here comes Hikaru's king. F5, G4. No, the Ding is not saving this game. There's no way.
Now the F2 pawn's threatened by H4.
And then the king's going to come to G4. H4, king, H5, king, G4.
And then H3 has a pawn sack and the king goes to F3 or something like that.
Yep, exactly. You even have time to take on H3. Hikaru choosing to trade the bishops. Okay, Ding declining that. H3 would have been very strong in that position.
Interesting.
Weird
just burning some more time here. Putting
King
some more
F3, bishop
mental
G3, bishop
anguish
takes
on the
C3.
opponent.
Bishop takes C3 is very strong, I think.
Yeah.
And Ding is going to lose.
Oh, that was just a squish, man. Just a squish. That's how you use an open file, folks. For anybody
in an
who's
opening
wondering.
That Ding specializes in, just completely outplayed. And this is the first time in a while that Hikaru has been ahead. He must be feeling real good right now. And Ding with the black pieces, he's essentially in must-win territory. I mean, you can lose this game and win the next two, but let's be real, that's not going to happen if Hikaru wins.
Yeah. I mean, today, there's like a 1 in 100 chance.
Yeah. No, for sure. Anything is possible one of these days.
Ding's been great, but he did have trouble, G4, knight G3. He did have trouble in the last game in this line here and the game before that, a couple games in a row. So he's going to have to really prove his setup here for black.
For sure. And this time Hikaru plays it without G4, which ended up being pretty weakening in the last couple of games. So he's making some changes. And that knight H2 move is often to get the knight to G4, which is a pretty typical idea in these positions. And let's see how this unfolds. But
queen e6 was a slick move to prevent it because the b3 pawn had to be defended, and then white lost control over G4.
Right. And Ding getting his knight to C5. This is not looking great. Ugh. When you have to play rook A3, that's a bad sign. H5 and G6 is always possible in these positions. Kicking the knight away.
Yeah. Not to mention knight D3, queen D3, bishop A3, queen takes B3. Just like the fact that you have to watch out for every one of those transitions, every move, because like it might just be bad for you.
For sure. You have a lot of stuff that you need to attend to, but Ding is the one down to 20 seconds first.
Yeah. And here comes the rook to B6.
Okay, 6, rook B6.
That B3 pawn is not very healthy. I guess knight D2 is possible, but then D takes C3 would lose the D3 pawn. So first Hikaru trades on D4.
Maybe he'll go bishop F4, going for active counterplay. Ding parking his knight on B4.
Knights are phenomenal, but
knight takes D3 is a move that
pawns are also hanging on C7 and D4.
I would just snap that pawn on D3 and then play queen takes C4. Wow, so much stuff is hanging here in 15 seconds to figure it all out. Takes D6. Okay, D8, queen F5. Massive liquidation. You cannot take on D4. Oh, B4 is a nasty move, opening an attack against the knight.
Oh,
and then Ding has to move his queen to D5. I think you got to play queen D5. Counterattack the bishop.
Right.
He finds it in
Hikaru
time.
can pick up D4 as well.
Oh, how did he get out of that?
Yeah. When that came out with only one extra pawn for Ding, I was feeling an escape.
Yep. And Hikaru doesn't even have He doesn't even have the pawn to show for it. This is likely to end in a draw, and that's completely fine for Hikaru.
Yeah.
He's gonna play this though. Force 5 seconds. Anything is possible.
Yeah.
That's a stressful move.
Yeah.
Ding goes for it. Queen c2.
Yeah, this is very similar to the move that Hikaru won with last game.
Yeah.
But here there's rook d2 saving it afterwards.
No, this is a dead draw. I just don't see this even being interesting, because how is he going to create winning chances? I mean, marginally better for the bishop because the board is kind of open, but White's going to put the pawn on b3 and you're never going to touch it.
Right. Just nothing.
We might see a draw agreement. They might also play this out for a while.
Yeah. There's no match clock now. It's just 4 games, so the time spent doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, this is a dead draw.
I think g4 is slightly risky for White. Because
you're saying he gets the king to f4.
Yeah, it opens a little bit of space.
Yeah, that's what Ding is trying to do. He's trying to restrict the knight. Although knight c3 might be possible here. I think, knight d6. Oh, Ding has to be careful now. Oh my God, he might lose this. Oh my God, he's gonna flag. Bishop c3, knight g7, king f4. Knight c7, no, he's gonna save it after all. My goodness, that was close.
Oh my God.
He was down to 0.1 seconds.
Yeah.
Wait a second, it's still not. Hikaru's gonna try to milk this until the crows come home to roost. Nope, Ding takes it. Okay, Ding saves the game.
Yeah.
Big save right there at the end. A big save for Hikaru. And 2 more games left.
Ding does not look at all unfamiliar with Bullet. Let's say that. Like,
no.
He looks like a 2800 player who can also play 2800 at Bullet.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, we have another one of these Queen's Gambit decline positions. And can Ding improve this time? Has he gone bishop c2 before? I don't think so.
No, the bishop has been traded every game so far.
Every time, yeah. So he keeps the bishop this time. Black, again, you can see rook a3, and Hikaru's doing the same thing, and it worked last game.
Yeah.
And I think he has a great position here. Queen a5 is a threat. I mean, I'm just not impressed with these positions in the context of a bullet game.
Yeah.
Bishop d8, bishop a5. Ugh.
That's a big threat.
And if Hikaru wins this game, he wins the match. He gets 2.5 before the last game.
He just keeps pushing. And what's the plan even after bishop a5?
Bishop takes h6, I think. I think the point for Ding, if Black moves the knight, is to take bishop h6 here. Looks pretty darn good.
Goodness.
Takes f6. I think he's trying to do something similar. What is going on here? Hikaru is seriously considering not even queen c1. And then I guess fg7 or bishop takes h6 and going for mate.
This position is crazy.
He has to play bishop h6 here. He just has to.
Yeah.
He has to play it. I don't understand why even the hesitation.
Yes. Now the next move would be bishop g7, not queen g5.
This is dreadful for Black. I mean, maybe knight back to e8 in order to open a pathway between Black's queen and the g pawn. Maybe you can try to push the f pawn.
But even on knight e8, you could consider
still bishop g7.
You could still consider bishop g7.
And then the knight swoops into g5. This might be winning for Ding. We might be going out of the wire again. This is amazing. How does Hikaru defend? He's down to 15 seconds. He might go knight e4, and he does go knight e8. Yeah, I agree. Bishop g7, knight g7, queen h6, and knight g5. I say just do it. No, Ding. He's done that way too many times this match. No, he's winning bishop c3, bishop h7. Bishop c3, bishop h7. Oh my goodness. So much tactics is being missed here. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Bishop takes g7. He has to see bishop g7, queen h6, and knight g5. That is, and he does. And kudos to Ding. He saw it when he played bishop d2. He's saying, I'm repeating that position.
Oh, he did take on g7. Oh my God. The board was messed up for a second. He found the whole line.
It's mate. Queen h7.
Yeah.
Where's the mate? Or rook takes c6. Maybe knight takes c6. Rook b8. What a move. Amazing. Queen h7, queen h8, queen takes b8. Amazing.
It's like what Hikaru did with rook a1, queen g2.
Ding wins. We're down to the wire again. This is the last game of the tiebreak overtime. Game 4 of 4. The match is tied. Ding with the black pieces again. Will we see deja vu? Will Hikaru win this one as well? Can Ding turn his fortune? Oh my goodness. This is probably the most amazing match I've ever seen.
Yep.
In the SEC. And that's saying a lot because there's been some amazing matches. Okay, we have a Rai Lopez. We've seen this structure once before, David.
Yeah, we saw this exact position.
This is a line. This is theory. The bishop f6. Yeah, they're repeating the entire game. Now, Ding was in great shape there, but he lost that game, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Although there
You're
were
correct.
a lot of turnarounds. This time he plays
lost to
queen
the
b6
pawn
check.
breakthrough on the queen side.
This is new. Queen b6 check is new. How is he going to follow this up?
59 seconds. Hikaru over a minute. Yeah, of course.
Watch this game end in a draw. We go to Armageddon.
Yes,
Ding taking the first.
Please, a couple more.
Absolutely. Ding taking the first long think of the game. What is he going to do? He's down to 40 seconds. This is highly concerning already. He's down 20 seconds, plays a5. And let's see if that think pays off. Oh my goodness. Knight c6. Now, can you go queen f2?
That's the square I'm looking at.
Knight c5 and knight b3 is still very much dangerous. Knight c5 would also threaten knight d3 if white takes with the queen.
Yeah.
So Hikaru taking with a knight.
Well, that's... Oh, is his knight coming to d3 in case of queen f2? Yeah, so Ding's got to take the file first.
And I guess Hikaru can still go knight d3, but now knight c5 looks good. The eval bar creeping in black's favor. It's showing a big advantage. Queen a6 also looks good, just to freeze white's pieces completely. Ding down to 24 seconds. He's got to make a move.
Queen a6 would be threatening queen takes d3, huh? That's very dirty.
Oh, you can just see nervousness, anxiety written all over their faces. Hikaru's king is in mortal danger, David. That knight comes to h4, the queen comes to f2. You could end up being busted really fast. Hikaru taking a think. He's in huge trouble. Hikaru is in huge trouble in this game.
He's going to retreat the knight to not bring the queen closer to f2.
But where would he go? Because Ding threatens knight b3. No, we have a trade. Yeah. Queen f2.
Oh, he invites the knight to h4 as well.
Bishop b3. What a move by Hikaru. What a counter. Getting his rook out of the gates. Oh, he's still in bad shape though. Queen takes b2. He blunders the pawn.
Well, he had to because I mean the b2 pawn was already dead.
But he didn't take it.
Yeah.
So Ding going for mate. But
full disregard for the queen side by the players here.
Queen takes b2 was winning pretty much on the spot.
Yeah.
Queen g1 by Hikaru, tucking his queen in. Ding, rook to the second, still very bad for white. Rook takes b2.
Finds time to grab that pawn. Threatening bishop
Ding
bishop
is
f4.
Not interested. He wants mate.
Yeah, nothing but mate. Wait, why didn't he play bishop f4? I don't know.
Queen g1, queen back to g1. Rook f3 maybe?
Oh.
Repeating.
Oh, everybody's
Bishop
dream come
f4.
true. More games. No, Ding wants checkmate.
I don't know if he does. He's got 12 seconds. He's got no time. I don't see the win. I don't know if I agree. Leave over to draw. We're going to Armageddon.
We keep going.
We're going to Armageddon. Unbelievable. Hikaru survives.
That was amazing.
Oh my
that
lands.
setup with bishop e3.
What a setup. And actually at the end, I like Ding's decision because the a pawn was hurtling down the board. Black could lose that really easily too. So I wouldn't trust the eval bar there. Now, let's refresh everybody, including ourselves, on what the Armageddon format is, because I will admit, this is so unlikely that I don't even really read into it. There's a single Armageddon game. Now, we're getting confirmation on the time control of that game. I would imagine it's 5-4, but don't quote me on that. We're going to get confirmation momentarily here.
Right.
Again, nobody expects this to happen, so you got to open the rule book, you know? All right, page 274.
If it's like a blitz game instead of a bullet game, that's a weird, like, sort of like whiplash for the players to like have just played bullets for, 50 minutes and then suddenly go back to a blitz game.
And the basic premise of the Armageddon is that white has to win. If the game ends in a draw, then the player playing black wins the match.
Right.
And black starts with a time deficit. Now, the size of this deficit is, it is 5+4. Hikaru is choosing the color. I believe it's because he has the higher rating going in.
Okay.
And he is choosing the color.
And ballpark, Danya, how many dollars is this one game worth?
It's worth, I mean, the winner gets 6,000
for winning the match. And then the next...
I don't know how much goes to the loser, though. Like, is it just 3,000?
By percentage, there's going to be 3,000 each from this semifinal, right? So it's 6,000 for the winner plus whatever your odds are at a $20,000 total pot in the finals.
Exactly.
So
No, a lot of money.
The finals, it's a $16,000 game.
A lot of money is on the line in this one game. It's 5+. I actually really like the fact that the Armageddon, that the match isn't decided by a bullet game, because matches like these deserve to be decided by a sort of serious, longer game. I'm very curious to see what side Hikaru has chosen. I would imagine that he's chosen black, given that to him, a time deficit isn't such a big deal. But the onus of winning the game is a huge one. I always feel like black is on the better side of an Armageddon, and there we go. But they got to reset the time, so there we go. Hikaru has 4 minutes. Ding has 5.
Yeah.
And
certainly in this match, black has done very well. So.
Oh my God, buckle your seatbelts. Now we're going to have a much slower opening here. Let's not expect anybody to blitz out any moves. There's no increment though. There is no increment, which means flagging is very much on the table, David.
Did Ding play 1c4 for the first time in this match here? I'm pretty sure.
I think he did. And he just decides to start with a clean slate.
Yeah.
We have a mainline English where Hikaru played E5, kind of a reverse Sicilian vibes.
Yeah.
Hard to give an evaluation yet. I mean, so this is all very normal. Knight coming to C5.
Yeah.
White is a little bit more comfortable in these positions, I've always felt, but
oh yeah, I love playing this opening as white. But Hikaru's looking at bishop h3, so I wonder if Ding wants to play rook f to d1 or something like that before throwing knight c5 in order to dodge the trade with bishop h1. D4.
Yeah. Well, he's doing it a different way, distracting black first, and I think after e takes d4, he's gonna kind of solve 2 problems with 1 move here, playing rook fd1 and hitting that pawn.
But so Hikaru wants to trade on d4 with the knight first before the pawn.
I mouse slipped f5, but it can actually be a serious candidate move. Okay, Hikaru giving the pawn back, but on his own terms.
Okay.
I don't like this position for black. I mean, Ding has his rook now on the d file.
Looks like Hikaru's like psyching himself up as we get into the meat of this game.
Well, but with black kind of wants bishop f5 in some of these positions, although it can be met with knight h4. Hikaru bringing his pieces back, adopting a more defensive posture.
Mm-hmm.
Something. Oh, Ding missing a fork. He blundered in exchange.
He can't believe it.
Bishop e7. But here's the bright thing. The good thing for Ding is that he might not be worse here, David. He might actually still be in very good shape.
His position was looking amazingly good before that.
Now it's looking good. Now it's still looking good. I think white is still in good shape here, but the psychological effect of he blundered that for sure. You could see it on his face. But now, guess what? He's threatening b7. He wants to take the bishop. Can Hikaru find his way out of the complications here? 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
We have no talk. B7 pawn. The second pawn would be a big deal. Oh,
queen a6. The queen escapes. He's now
countering his diagonal though.
But f5 forcing a trade of bishops, that's going to take the teeth out of white's initiative by a big margin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and those knights are discoordinated. They were sitting together, just dominating that 6th rank.
What
the
about
black pieces were just...
Yeah, knight d2. I wanted to propose knight takes f5, but I forgot the knight on d5 was... Knight on b6 was defending d5. Okay.
All right.
2 pawns for the exchange. This is a playable position.
Playable position, yeah. But I think very much defanged. One of the things about those 2 knights in the center was that there were a lot of different scenarios where Ding could have come out with the bishop pair, which I think would have made it like a lot more fun for white to play with the bishop pair when down in exchange.
It would be funny if he had blundered a second exchange also on b4. Hikaru was threatening on the same square. This time Ding doesn't blunder it. He plays bishop a3. Now he's preserved the time advantage, which is pretty impressive. I would take with a rook here and try to go knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely take with a rook here.
Yep.
He's better again. Queen d3 maybe, just bring the queen back. Yep. Consolidating, minute up on the clock.
Wants to avoid rook d8, trading off his material. The knight on b6 has found itself on a very, very unfortunate square now.
Yep. Well, that's... And he actually might be traded because Ding might want to get his rook to the 7th rank. Or you could play b4 and solidify the bishop. In either case, white is better, but b4 might give up a2. I don't know if that's necessary.
Yeah.
Bishop d6.
He didn't really have a plan when he played bishop c5, it looks like.
Yeah, kind of a diffident move there by Ding, who I think is trying to keep a pretty significant time advantage. He knows that he's going to get flagged if they get to a time scramble. Rook cd8, Hikaru doing a good job keeping things stable here. And Ding pushing his queenside pawn up, trying to add to the pressure.
That's why he was moving the bishop off a3. He wanted to...
Ooh, rook e4 is a nice move. You can't take it because you're going to lose the bishop at the end of the line.
Right.
Bishop back to c5, and we're going to see a trade of rooks, which generally speaking is fine for black here.
Yeah, no, it's. I think generally speaking, it's an improvement for black to get rid of white's only rook. So, but the a pawn, that's like a big target for white right now. That bishop is quite a good piece.
Yeah. Knight. Okay, so Ding going a5. Yeah, he is trying to go for that pawn. I think he wants to play queen a6.
Yeah.
But Hikaru has some way. Does Hikaru have some way to neutralize this initiative? Because the Eva bar is showing equality. I don't see it off the top of my head. At knight b4. Oh, queen takes a7, takes, and knight c6 maybe.
Okay, and then
maybe Ding should go queen b5
with rook a8. Wow.
Okay, back to d5. Maybe we'll see a6, just fixing the pawn on a7. I would highly consider that by Ding, and he plays it.
It's too intense. It's too
hard
intense
to play for Hikaru. He is still down a minute on the clock, and now he's got a minute and a half with no increment.
Yeah.
Ding needs to be aware of that because this might come down to flagging if Ding can keep a time advantage.
That's for sure. And the tension is there for this game to like not have too many more trades.
Yeah, even Hikaru
really
has to take, but Ding is not making any progress. In the meantime, Hikaru has centralized his pieces. He's kind of pressuring a6, and Ding's time advantage beginning to dwindle.
Right.
This is, I would give Hikaru the benefit of the doubt here. I think he's holding this. Rook c8, chasing the queen around. Now he's not worse anymore. And now another queen trade offered. Maybe Ding just takes it. I don't know. Bishop a7, knight b4.
Now he can finally take on a7. Before he couldn't because of knight f4 check. This is what he was maneuvering for.
Queen e4 check. But then Ding defends the bishop. Ooh.
Yeah.
And Hikaru has to take more time here. Queen g6 is also an interesting move.
Big choice here. He's still got a minute. He's not out of resources here yet.
Oh, knight b5, knight c7. Takes, knight b5. Hikaru has this move, knight c7. And if knight c6, knight c7 anyway.
Knight c7 anyway, yeah.
And Ding has to flag him here. 1 minute on the clock. Black is obviously not worse anymore. Although, how do you knight b5, knight b4?
This move was tricky. This move was really tricky. He finds it.
Knight b4. What a move.
And he nods. Yes.
Knight e7 and b6. Knight e7 and b6. And White's going to be a pawn up in that endgame. Will Ding see it? Will Ding see knight e7 and b6? That is his only chance to keep this endgame going.
He has
the time, but he misses it. He misses it and he collapses. Rook b7, king f7, king e6.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But rook a5.
Rook a5.
And what the problem might be, the black is not going to give up the e4 pawn, and in that case, White's not winning that game. Ding overlooked it. Ding missing that tactical shot, which would have given him the chances, and now he doesn't see a move. Hikaru might pull this one out.
I don't see a way to not lose the B pawn for nothing.
You can, and the eval bar is bearing that out. I mean, you can go knight e7, knight c8, but that knight's not remaining on c8. This is essentially the match right here.
That would just trap your own knight. It'll eventually be lost there after the king comes to d7.
I mean, Ding has to give up the pawn and then move the knight around. Hikaru's not losing this game. He's got more time on the clock.
Yeah.
And Ding sitting back, basically admitting defeat. And what a painful match for Ding Liren, who came so close so many times. And what an incredible effort. But at the end of the day, this honestly proves Hikaru's dominance maybe more than any of the crushing matches.
Yeah.
If he can pull a match like this out where it seems like nothing's going his way, that just tells you so much about his ability. And that's it. The match is over. Ding resigns.
Yeah.
And Hikaru Nakamura wins the Armageddon against Ding Liren to make it to the SEC finals. King Clutch, the king of Blitz, coming through yet again, David. What an unbelievable match we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, just bravo to both of them, right? Because I mean, from Ding's perspective, like I've never seen anyone other than Magnus give Hikaru that hard a time. And from Nakamura's perspective, you just won like the toughest match of your life, more or less. I mean,
yeah, he's trying to hide a smile, but I mean, very deserving winner. You know, Ding played so amazing. He just kept striking back. When he went down in the overtime, maybe his most impressive feat was winning a game on demand himself. He's obviously going to be very upset. We will have the players here for an interview. We will not keep them very long. Ding must be exhausted. They're both exhausted, but we will have them for a quick interview. You're watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Stay with us. We'll be back with the interviews in just a few minutes. welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. We have the players here. We won't keep them for very long. First, Hikaru, to you, congratulations. That was an absolutely epic match. Can you share your thoughts about the match overall? And more specifically, could you share what goes through your mind when you're down by 1 and the clock is fading? What do you tell yourself in that moment to keep yourself composed?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is you kind of just have to keep going, believe in yourself. I had a very similar situation actually in the Bulls Speed Championship or Bullet Championship, whatever it was called. Maybe I want to say it was maybe all the way back in April when I played Ali Resin. It was very similar where I started off very well. Then he came back, he took the lead, and then I think right near the end I got it to where I had just enough time to potentially force a tiebreak. And I think I actually blundered a little trick in the final bullet game. But based on that experience, is the same thing where you just try to you just try to hang in there. You try to believe that good things will happen. But it was obviously a very tough match, and a lot of credit goes to Ding for playing so well.
Yeah, Ding, you definitely played very, very well today. And this was an extremely close match. Did you expect that the match would go down to the wire like this? Were you prepared to play like a tiebreak?
Of course, I did not prepare a tiebreak, but I thought the game will be closer than the other thoughts, since I totally believe my strengths. Although he's a favorite, but I have the chance like the World Championship. So today's game was very tense. Yeah, I did not know that it was the last game. If I draw, then I will win the match. I did not know. After I lost the black pieces, I know that there will be a tiebreak. Yeah, it hurt a little bit, but I have so many tries here and there, and I think I had better positions than Hikaru, but he defended well, and sometimes he play very, very quickly in a very complicated position. Yeah, that's his strength. And in the end, he's a better Armageddon player.
Well, Hikaru, Ding mentioned getting good positions. It did seem like you were getting some dubious positions out of the opening with white in the 5-minute portion. At some point, you switched to 1e4. Was that a planned change, or was that precipitated by not having positions that you were satisfied with early in the match?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I think I tilted at 2 moments, kind of. The first one is very funny because I think I was up. Maybe it was like 1.5 half. I think it was the 3rd or 4th game when I should have won this game to take a 2-game lead. That was the first moment. And there was also this next moment. I know it was 5-1 or 3-1 where I was up by a game, but I just blitzed every move and lost in like 25 moves with white. And after that, it wasn't my match at all. So I feel that I kind of just tilted, and I was just trying to play too fast. I didn't feel any rhythm. I was just trying to play too fast. And I mean, I got away with it for the most part, but it wasn't pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Ding, I have one question for you. Beyond the Speed Chess Championships, I'm just curious, what chess event do you most enjoy playing between, different kinds of tournaments, speeds? Is there any tournament that you enjoy playing in the most?
Now, I would like to say I enjoy playing online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So something like this is even more fun than traveling to OTB tournaments now.
Yes, it's more relaxed and more games and more chance. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well, final question to you, Hikaru. You're playing Wesley in the final. It's become one of the classic rivalries in American chess. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that match. Any thoughts about Wesley as an opponent and about the match overall?
I mean, I don't know. I have to say, out of all the Speed Chess Championship matches, I mean, I know the score was close, but I thought that this match was the hardest match I played, and that includes the match that I lost to Magnus, by the way. I mean, obviously, Ding couldn't convert in quite to the same degree as Magnus did, but I don't know. After the match today, I'm just gonna try to play good chess, and hopefully good things happen. But really, today was a very epic match, and it was a lot of fun to play.
It was a lot of fun to watch and commentate as well. So thank you, Ding. Thank you, Hikaru, for an excellent match. We will let you go and take your well-deserved rest. And good luck, Hikaru, in the final.
Thank you.
All right. Another one in the books. We have one SEC match remaining. David, this is one that very few people are going to forget anytime soon.
Yeah, no, it would take a very, very heavy blow to the head for me to forget this match just now. Yeah, fertile ground also for playing through some of those games later on and thinking about them some more. It was just so thrilling, and there were a lot of moments that I'd like to go over again on my own.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people will. I certainly will. And the final is already set. It will be Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So. It will be Sunday, December 19th. That's 2 days from now at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Mark your calendars. There's no excuse not to make it. It is a weekend day. Whatever plans you had with your family will be canceled. Hikaru against Wesley. What a classic matchup and what a classic final it's going to be. And that means it is time to wrap up today's coverage. David, this was so epic, and it was a pleasure to commentate with you. What a 4 hours. What a way to spend 4 hours.
I want to say thank you, Danya, but also just, thank you to Hikaru and Ding, because that was just phenomenal to see that.
It absolutely was. And thank you as well to the chat. We had obviously thousands and thousands of people, a very active chat as the match went on down to the wire. And thank you to our excellent production team for another flawless broadcast, and of course to Coinbase for sponsoring the Speed Chess Championship. We will see you on Sunday for the SCC final. We wish everybody a great Friday and a great start to the weekend. Have a good one. You are watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will see you on Sunday. Goodbye.